Hello everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Valheim. Today we're continuing our clubs run. Hopefully today we are finishing our clubs run. And we are going to be finishing up the Ashlands today is the plan. You know what, let me knock the music back down a little bit. I turned it up before, but maybe it's a little intrusive. I don't know. We might turn it back up if we get to Ashland's boss today. Ye old fads. Okay. So also just as a note, we're having some weather issues today. So there's a chance that the power could go out. Ooh, right, coal. Okay, yeah. Figured there was some chores and stuff that I had to do at the start of the day today. We also need to refill our food. Oh, right, yeah, because we got the cauldron upgrade and we got some ASharpPen meat, so we can get better food now. Okay, so food. Food, glorious food. That's a use of Voltrex. This is the main thing we want, though. And then, is there another food item here? Mashed meats, yes. And we've already gone up to the scorching medleys. Alright, looking good. We're still on Carapace stuff, right? Yes, okay. Metal. We need some more Morgan sinew, charred bones. Either hide, more metal. Okay. I know we need to get up to like 90 metal or something silly like that for all of our pieces. Okay, so we need a little bit more Morgan sinew and then just the 90 metal. And we'll see how much metal we can get from the place that we encountered. The fortress. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we'll do a quick coal run. Minutes on the Ratatosk. We have lots of Ratatosk, lots of fire resistance barley wine. Whoops, didn't change the portal. Ah! One day, I might get used to that. I guess for the sake of the VOD, nobody's really here in the chat right now, but yeah, if we finish this run in a reasonable amount of time and my power doesn't go out, then I think that we're gonna do a little bit of poking around at a new mod pack. Ooh, although I'll have to put that in the description, so maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, never mind. Strike that from the record. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing around with I'm gonna take some time off from streaming this weekend. I'm gonna be playing around with some like new mods and mod packs and stuff, and then we'll be taking a small break from the weapon runs to mess around with like some other mod packs, mix it up a little bit, and depending on how that goes, we'll get back to the weapon runs after that. And we only have a few more left. We have knives, swords, axes. I'm not sure exactly what order we're gonna do them in though. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna be next. I don't know if we should do swords or knives next. I mean, theoretically, we could do axes next too. So, kind of a lot of options, I suppose. Let's do another barley or another fire resistance mead. I don't think that we'll use the rest of them, but there's always a chance, I suppose. So we'll just keep it nice and topped off. I think this is a safe upgrade. I've been liking this weapon a lot. That's all the rest of our iron, so we're not gonna upgrade the Demolisher right now. Frostner's looking good. What else do we have here? Dwarven Mallet. Yeah, I was kind of talking about this before. It's like, I think that Frostner is probably just better because of the slow effect. We have damage from like our two-handed weapons. So like just going for the raw blunt and lightning is kind of like, don't really need to, I don't think. I think that we're good where we're at right now. Galder table. Just thinking about whether I should go to a different cape or not. Kinda don't think so though. I think if anything we'd probably want to go to the armor cape. And that would be like at the end of the run, I think. For the boss fight. I don't see... Actually, I don't see that cape. Where is it crafted? Oh, I'm just blind. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I could see this being really good, the Ashen Cape. Just for armor, but that's okay. Alright, Ashlands, and let's go ahead. We have bone mass? Okay, good. Take a bunch of wood. Maybe not that much wood. 30 wood? 30 wood's fine. And then I also want to take portal mats. I've actually saved quite a lot on portal mats because of the XPortal mod, which is kind of nice. Especially in the fine wood area. Also, lava lamp. Just for the sake of hitting that max comfort, because why not? Okay. So now we're just gonna go break into the fortress. We're gonna pop bone mass. Basically, yeah. Pop bone mass, pop fire resistance mead. Basically just like jump in there and bum rush the spawners. It's gonna be the idea. And hopefully we'll be able to clear the entire thing in the duration of bone mass, but yeah, not gonna 100% count on that per se. But if we can at least get like the spawners down, then we'll be in a good spot. Well, you know what? These vulture eggs are actually kind of good for us, I think. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hello, Blob. Dang it, Blobby. Not sure we need a lot of vulture meat, but Askinen meat is really good, so. The knockback. Sometimes it's so good. Sometimes it feels really bad. Pretty sure that I just want to get into this fortress as fast as possible, if I can. Ow. Yeah, those ballistas hurt. Oh my gosh. It's like predicting where I'm going. That is a Valkyrie. This is kind of bad, honestly. Got a lot of things out of nowhere. Oh, come on. This is not where I... This always happens, it feels like. Like, when I'm about to storm a fortress, I'm like, alright, we'll use bone mass and then do the thing. It's always like, alright, here's like a million things right in front of the dungeon, so you kind of feel the need to bone mass. Yeah, like if that warrior hit us right there, we would have been in really bad shape. I mean, we're kind of in bad shape, honestly, but it's because his Valkyrie is chasing us. You're stuck. It's like, where does all this stuff even come from? Oh my gosh, our HP. I wish I had some frickin' healing meads right now, to be honest. Is there a Morgan cave somewhere around here? Oh my gosh. Even with heavy armor, we're taking so much damage. I don't know what's going on with that. It's not like a 1-star Valkyrie or something, it's just doing a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, I'm dead. It's so hard. Really don't like being so slow. And then like our weapons take a lot of stamina to use too, but that was like just way more than I was prepared for, and I really didn't want to use bone mass either. Oh, that was actually just the Demolisher flash. Though the mod that I'm using, Armory by Therzie, kind of changes its moveset a little bit. The normal Demolisher attack is like the secondary attack in the mod, and it has a different animation, but it does the same thing. Yeah, we can eat a meat platter. I guess that's fine. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I actually really like the attack animation. Like, it looks super cool. Oh dear. No, not most of them. I guess the Demolisher is just a little bit special. I didn't drink a Ratatosk tonic. There are new weapons in the mod pack, and they like borrow animations from some of the other weapons that are pre-existing in the game. I believe that the Demolisher's 3-hit combo is like the Battle Axe animations, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I'm not sure where that animation comes from, to be honest. Oh, right on. I have mixed feelings about the planes. It can be fun. It can also be very not fun. Am I dead? Almost. Yeah, the 1-star warrior hit me. A little bit, yeah. Definitely panic roll a little bit more often when I get staggered. It's rough. Getting swarmed by enemies, and yeah, staggers are no fun. Okay, let's take a moment here, clear inventory a little bit. That looks good. But yeah, so it's not like a lot of weapons are necessarily changed too much, but for the mod, they decided to give the sledgehammers like a normal 3-hit combo, and then their secondary attack is like the regular slam. There are new battle hammers, which are other two-handed weapons, or other two-handed clubs. I believe that this is like the, if it's not the at-gear weapon moveset, I don't remember exactly what it is, to be honest. But their secondary attack is like the at-gear, little at-gear spin, which is kind of cool. But then you have like normal stuff, like Frostner isn't changed at all. It's still like the same vanilla base game weapon. Okay, it's about to be night, so I need to go home and sleep for sure. I feel like one of the main appeals of the Armory mod is like the way that the armor works. The armor has gotten a little bit of an overhaul. I was trying to delete that. There we go. Yeah, I think that is exactly what inspired the Ashlands, is from Soft Games. It is definitely a rough biome. Definitely rough. Though also I'm playing with basically restrictions on myself, in that the only weaponry that I'm using is things that scale with clubs. Right on, right on. Yeah, I think that honestly it's like, it's a really good addition to vanilla if you want to play something that's like vanilla plus, basically. The main focus for that mod set is to basically fill in the blanks where vanilla may be like missing some weapons for different weapon types, and stuff like that, and then to give it kind of like a set bonuses and stuff like that for like armor, you know. So you definitely get stronger than you would in vanilla, but it's not like overbearingly like, oh yeah, I'm just super OP and I just mob through everything. Like, I would recommend it to just about anybody who is like, oh yeah, I liked the vanilla experience and I wanna you know, kind of get a vanilla-esque but slightly more options type of a dealing, if that makes sense. Go over here, Grey Dwarf. But yeah, it's also just really nice too because it's like some of the things in the game like don't come in until like way later, like crossbows and stuff like that. But like with the mod, they have crossbows that you can start working on from like the very beginning of the game, you know? So it's like you're not like you're able to play with the weapons that you want to at any point in time, which I'm a big fan of personally. So oh dear, our chests are so full. Yes, as long as you also are using the Monstrum mod from Therzie as well. Basically the Therzie mods that go together are Warfare and Armory are kind of like the base ones. Monstrum goes in, it adds a few extra mobs into the game and some extra crafting materials from them and a couple of the base game monsters. And then additionally to that, there's Wizardry, which is, it adds in like magic stuff. And then paired with Monstrum, that also adds in like a few more mobs as well. And yeah, you have different like aether foods and some random items that you can find out in the world, like mushrooms and stuff. So everything kind of like pairs together, but you can kind of play with like just like Armory slash like Warfare, like is kind of like the base, you know, if you wanted just like the armor and stuff. And I believe that if you don't have Monstrum installed, that like it still gives you recipes for the armor and weapons and stuff. It's just slightly different. But if you have like the Monstrum and the extra mobs, then it like changes, it automatically like changes the recipes to use the materials from those monsters. So you don't really have to like, you know, worry too much about like whether you do have it or don't. But personally, I kind of like the extra mobs more often than not. It adds a extra little challenge to the game and a little bit more variety because it adds in stuff like bears and there's some other like little critters like foxes and stuff like that. Beam me up, Scotty. As I get attacked by my Windows security message. Yeah, there aren't bears in the game by like default, but the Therzie Monstrum adds in like a black bear into the Black Forest, and they add grizzly bears into the mountains, which I think are just very cool and thematic additions. Also, the bears drop also bears drop bear meat, which has like a few different like food recipes actually that are like better than vanilla recipes. So Okay, let's try this again. One more time with feeling. One more time with feeling. Yeah, basically. Like, it feels like they're good additions, and like, yeah, like, they're not like, oh my gosh, this completely changes the way that you play the game, or it's like, it doesn't mean that like a bunch of the vanilla options and stuff like aren't good. Normally it's kind of like the progression tends to have vanilla stuff in it anyways, with maybe the exclusion of like the armor, but the armor is kind of like a, not like a complete overhaul, but you have like an armory station, and basically it's every time you go into a new biome, you know, you're getting the materials to upgrade your stuff. So like our carapace armor here has a bunch of set bonuses, right? Which is like clubs plus 10, increases your damage with clubs, stuff like that. And basically it built off of like the original iron armor. So it was like, we got the iron armor, then we used a few materials to upgrade it into the warrior set, and then once we got into the mountains, we used like silver and some of the other mob things to change it into like the mountain warrior set basically. And it just progressively gets better. So it like starts at like, oh, like the original set is like clubs plus like 2 or 4 or something like that, right? And then like when we go up to the next tier, it's like, okay, here's like clubs plus 6. You know, increases your damage with clubs by like an extra 1%, stuff like that. So it's a neat little addition. Okay, I want to build in from here if I can. Kind of really need to get in there, but I need to also make sure. As far as I'm aware, like, I'm doing fine. I don't know if there's stuttering on stream or something. As far as this mod pack goes, though, like, no, I haven't had any issues or anything like that. But I imagine that a lot of it probably depends on, you know, like, how many mods that you have, and, like, you know, how good your PC specs are. Okay, that was actually pretty painless once we got in here. Time to collect our spoils. The big, like, kind of cross-shaped things, those were spawners, yeah, for the Ashlands mobs. These, fortresses, basically the main thing that you have, there's like a few different things to worry about. There's the, like, ballistas that are in the corner, that can either shoot you while you're outside or shoot you while you're inside. The spawners, there's normally 2 of them. And then one of the mobs are the charred warlocks, that summon more mobs and shoot like AoE fire blasts. Those are like kind of like the 3 hurdles to clear for the fortresses. Alright, workbench there, portal here. Ash Fort 1. That's a lot of money. Also nice, we got some gems. Very nice. A lot of flint metal. Yeah, it definitely can be. Honestly, the Mistlands isn't as bad as the Ashlands, in my opinion, but both of them are pretty rough, like when you're first getting used to them. A lot of it comes down to preparation and kind of figuring out what to expect, kind of a thing. Oh, we have 3 chests. Nice. But yeah, like first entering the Mistlands, like if you kind of go in blind, it can be rough for sure. I had a lot of trouble with it early on. Then I ended up watching like some guide videos and stuff like that, and those helped a lot. So kind of depends on how much challenge you want. Also how good you are at video games, I guess. Some people are born prodigies. But, you know. Okay, so that's not where that goes. Oh boy. Okay. Seems like it's time for another barrel. This used to be my treasure box. Now it is a box of miscellaneous things. Yeah, yeah. One thing that helps a lot is learning sounds. It helps a lot. Doesn't completely, negate everything, but yeah, that's definitely one of the biggest challenges of the Mistlands, and it unfortunately doesn't really get easier, honestly. But yeah, listening out for sounds, like, and learning the sounds of the different mobs, like, you can kind of tell when things are coming sometimes, by, like, listening to them. And there's not too many mobs in the Mistlands, so it's like you kind of get to figure out which sounds are which mob, like, pretty easily. There's one mob in particular that I end up having a lot of trouble with, but that's just because it's like there's a basically a terrain like object that also makes kind of like a weird like rumbly growly noise. So I kind of get the two mixed up quite a bit, and I'm like, oh, I can't always tell which is which. But you know, one of them is like a stationary thing that doesn't actually do anything to you, and the other thing is annoying. So you just kind of always assume it's the annoying thing. That's what I was doing. Okay. How much metal do we have? We have 40 cooked, another 20 here, that's like 60 basically, and then another 20 in the blast furnace. So we're a little bit shy of upgrading our armor here. And there's still a mob that we need to go deal with. Oh, right. I need to go actually dig into the tower itself though. Kind of forgot about that. Well, if you're hunting for something, then you can go towards those sounds. But yeah, that's basically like the common rule. Stay away from the sounds. The dwarves kind of do two things. They're basically allies to you. They are non-hostile mobs, at the least, unless you hit them or hit stuff within like their ward radius. Some of their buildings and stuff, they have wards just like we do. And basically it's like, if you hit stuff within the ward like too many times, they turn hostile. And they have like a few different variations of dwarves. Like there's some mages, there's like a healing mage, there's like a couple of different like, there's like a fire and an ice mage. And then there's the dwarven rogues, which are crossbow wielders that also like will like run in and like punch things. But for the most part, you know, as long as you don't hit them or hit like stuff within their ward, then they are non-hostile towards you, and they'll fight mobs alongside you, which can be a boon or a hindrance, depending. It's definitely hard to navigate some fights when you have like big AoEs and stuff. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the time I kind of just tend to let them do their own thing, and it's like I'll let them fight the mobs themselves and not worry about them too much. But kind of depends on the situation. There's also an item that you need from some of their camps. Unfortunately, like the only real way to get it, like without attacking them and pissing them off, is like there's like two ways basically, but you can either get them killed by enemies, so you can like lead some of the other mobs like over to like the dwarven encampments and like have them just like kill the dwarves or like destroy their stuff, because basically it's the dwarves only get like the only dwarves that get mad at you are the ones kind of like in like a small radius basically. So it's like if the mobs come in and kill all the dwarves like in a structure, then you are free to break the ward in that structure, and like that doesn't turn like all dwarves like on the map hostile or anything like that. So you don't have to like worry too much about that. And then the other way is like, because the thing that you need from them is in a box, and it's really silly. You can build a cart outside of the radius of the ward, basically drag it into their building, and then you can bash the cart against the ward over and over again. It's a very slow process, and it's kind of dumb, honestly. But yeah, for some reason, like the cart bumping into their ward doesn't anger the dwarves. But yeah, it's a very important item, and it actually kind of irks me the way that they like locked it into you, basically like needing to sacrifice your allies to get it. Kind of never really made any sense to me, but it is what it is, I guess. Oh, jackpot. Yeah, something like that. Oh, we don't need those. And we don't really need the money at this point either. Oh, nice. We got 6 bell fragments. Let's go. So that means that either potentially one more fort is all we need to find, or if we get a crafting proc here. No crafting proc. I am hoping to, yeah. I wanted to finish this run up today, and then basically take the weekend off. Yeah, Fader is the boss's name. Okay, we should have... Yes, the gem cutter. That takes sinew. That's annoying. Blah 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 blah. Hey Sue. Thank you for the lurks. I hope that you find all of the treasure and you don't die. Okay, well, that's all the metal we need for our armor at the very least. Doesn't necessarily help us with, blah blah. Doesn't necessarily help us with weaponry per se, but getting our armor upgraded is kind of important. We have been taking huge chunks of damage, and I am not particularly fond of that. Oh, I also accidentally put triple health food on. Oh well, doesn't really matter for right now anyways. Okay, so I don't think that we need to make more fire resistance barley wine. I think that we're good on... Yeah, I think that we're just good on stuff in general. But yeah, we need to find one more fortress to clear. And also the boss arena. Those are the goals for today. Well, I guess the main goals. Because, you know, still want to upgrade our armor, still want to potentially upgrade our weaponry as well. I don't know exactly what we have in the way of upgrades for weaponry, honestly, but... Ah, nice. Do you know who the lore video was by? I'm actually kind of interested in potentially watching that myself. I have like a general idea of a bunch of the lore, but I haven't watched like a video of like lore compiled or anything like that. But yeah, I wouldn't at all be surprised if a lot of inspiration was taken from soft games. Them Dark Souls do be very popular. Also very cool. And yeah, the Deep North, the devs have said that the Deep North should be released sometime this year. I believe was like their attempted goal was to get it done by the end of this year. And it's going to be the 1.0 release. So that'll be all of the base game biomes released. And as far as I remember, they did say they were going to continue updating the game, but you know, all of the in-game like finished biomes will be the, you know, the game coming out of early access, which is kind of exciting because I've been around basically since like it first like dropped from Ember. Right on. Thank you. Let me make a little note of that. Note made. Beam me up, Scotty. We have a rug in a weird spot, so I can't always get the hitbox in bed. But yeah, I always get excited whenever whenever the new biome update is right around the corner. And then on top of that, it's just really cool because this is one of the first like games that I've played during like the entirety of like the early access, and then like it coming out of early access is kind of like, I don't know, there's like something special about it, which is really cool. One of the only other games that I played like during early access for like a good amount of time was Temtem, but like I didn't play it nearly as much as I've played Valheim like during its early access time. So okay, so what's our next step here? Very nice. Yeah, it's really interesting like looking at all the changes that have happened over the past, I guess, what is it, 4 years? Yeah, 4 years, because it dropped in February 2021, right? So we're like just past the 4-year mark. It's been one heck of a ride. Hey Wish, how's it going? Nice, beautiful, peaceful meadows. I feel that. Yeah, building in this game is cool, but yeah, big giant projects, especially if you just do them in survival with like lower drop rates and stuff like that, or I guess default drop rates. I'm used. Whenever I play casually nowadays, I like to pump up the world modifiers to like 1.5, but before world modifiers were a thing, I used to, you know, farm stone and build giant structures, and it takes a lot out of you for sure. Oh, our bone mess is back already. That's good. Oh boy. Stamina. What is stamina? Spirit damage, please? Nope. Not quite enough. Regret. Whoop. Yeah, especially for like stone and one of the new building materials in the Mistlands also has like a really high like build cost. Yeah, AoE is good. AoE is very helpful when you are getting mobbed, which happens, you know, a lot more in some biomes, or happens more in some biomes than others. Darn birds. Alright, there we go. No, I got knocked back. Oh gosh. I haven't played any of the Dark Souls games myself, but I have played like Elden Ring. But like thinking about like if the warriors were able to dodge like NPC enemies, that sounds so brutal. Alright, so we gotta do a little bit of an explore because we need to find another fortress and or the boss. Yeah. I got my butt handed to me by them like so many times. Those were basically always like the enemies I had the most trouble with, was most of the invaders. Like Vike was painful. I remember it's like Natasha or like Anastasia was also like really bad in Mount Gelmir. Although it's been quite a long while since I actually played Elden Ring. Mostly I just watch YouTuber slash Twitch streamer Gino Machino. I just watch him play, and I'm like, I will live the Elden Ring vicariously through you. Ooh, another Morgan Cave. That's good too. Actually need a few sinew from them. Well, those dwarves are about to have a really bad day. Ow. Okay, I'm having a really bad day. Everything hurts. Dwarves, save me. Yeah, some were definitely worse than others. But yeah, NPC enemies, big annoying. Not a fan. That being said, Elden Ring was also like my first like, technically my first Souls game. Not my first Souls-like game though. I played like the original Lords of the Fallen, not the one that just released like a couple years ago, but for some reason they released another game of exactly the same name, and it's like same universe, and it's like technically a sequel, but yeah, they just named it Lords of the Fallen instead of giving it a new name. But yeah, the one back from like 2014 that released on like the PS4 was I think my first technical Souls-like game. But I was not actually prepared for Elden Ring. I had like no idea like what I was doing for like builds and stuff. It was really funny because it's like I looked up a guide and tried to figure it out, and I was like, oh yeah, this just says like, oh, it's like a lightning one-shot build. Alright, that sounds cool. I'm gonna do that. And I'm like following like the tutorial for setting it up and stuff, and like not knowing what the heck I was doing. And I like just later find out that it's like intended to be like a really advanced build of like doing a whole bunch of buff setups in order to one-shot enemies. Like big giant bosses. And it doesn't actually work really well for like playing the game normally. Really funny to me, like kind of like reminiscing about it. I'm not gonna use this Grouston really, so let's just go ahead and drop it. Yeah. Honestly, the game was so pretty. That's what drew me to it in the first place. I was like, wow, this is like gorgeous. I want to play this. I just, you know, didn't know anything about the game, so it was it was an experience. That being said, I feel like ultimately I kind of adapted and was able to kind of cheese my way through a lot of it. And I did actually end up beating like, if not every boss in the game, I got like all the Remembrance bosses, and I did end up beating Millennia, so. I was proud of that. Guess I'm still a little proud of that. Technically beat Millennia without any help, so. Something flex. I have never known defeat. Faith and Strength is dope. I was kind of more into Faith and Dex stuff myself, but you know, knowing a lot more about the game now than I did before, like, Strength stuff's cool too. Sorceries are pretty busted, but I like Faith Dex, like strength weapons a lot more, typically speaking, if only for flashiness. Yeah, I mean, I died a lot, but I think I want to say that I beat her in less than 300 deaths. It might even be like sub 200, but I'll give myself some wiggle room just to be a little bit more, you know, like realistic. I died a lot. And I definitely spent like several like real life hours doing attempts. I think at some point I tried to look up like some cheesy strategies, and I was just like, I don't really have like the setup to do any of this, so I guess I'm just gonna keep banging my head against the wall and figuring out what I'm supposed to do. It was a really weird strategy that I ended up going with, but basically because I was like a lightning. Gosh, what was it? I don't remember the name of the attack. It's like a basic faith thing where you just like kind of throw a little bolt of lightning at something, and you can like charge it up. And then there's like the dragon version, which is like red lightning, and you know, takes a lot longer. I think I had both, but black flame incantations and deathbird whip. Nice. Black flame stuff is really cool. Yeah, I wasn't using the dragon variant though. I was just using like the normal one. I just can't remember what the heck it's called. Cuz I don't think it's like lightning bolts. But it's kind of what it felt like. But yeah, I would use that a lot in like phase 1. I would have to get like a lot of space and distance in order to use it, but like because it has like tracking, even when Millennia dodged, she would still get hit by it. So then it was a matter of me learning how to deal with waterfowl. And then ultimately, the major key to success was the fact that I hadn't really figured out the difference between like light rolling and mid rolling until like the end. Like the end of the game there. So I ended up like swapping out like my armor and going for a lighter armor set so I could light roll instead of medium rolling, and that's basically like what allowed me to beat Millennia. Yeah, yeah. FromSoft games, definitely PTSD inducing, for sure. Fair. Parrying is some good biz. I don't think that I ever parried on my run through because I didn't know what the heck was going on. I never used the shield or anything. I just muscled through it. I feel like I would do a lot better now with a lot of the knowledge I've gained from like watching streams and stuff. But I don't have access to the game anymore. One of my buddies like had me on like the family share on Steam so I could play. Yep. Sometimes it is the way. Sometimes banging your head against the wall is the best way to learn. Nice. Okay, this is about to become a big party from the looks of it. If the ask spin should find its way over here anyways. Yep, I feel that. That sense of accomplishment is definitely one of those super feels goods. I was about to say, is this Valkyrie gonna get down here or what? Oof, ow. What am I out of? Life. Out of life. Gosh, that attack has so much range. The DLC is pretty cool, for sure. I think it was very well received for the most part, though its replayability I think is a little apparently. Though, you know, there might be a little bit of bias there because you know, as I kind of said before, like I watch mostly Gino Machino, who does a lot of like no-hit runs, and apparently one of the big things with the DLC is like the way they decided to do power-ups. Like there's basically these items that you need to find around the DLC, and so if you do like a new fresh run where you don't have any of those, like you have to go around and collect them again, which takes a lot of time. So I feel like that's one of the main gripes that I've heard about it. Other than that, it's like they have a lot of big open spaces, but they're very empty. But it's pretty AF. Some of like the zones are like absolutely gorgeous. And I think that the overlying, like, you know, story and storytelling, like, still lives up to, like, it's still very Elden Ring, so... Second attack from something there. Something hit me. Oh, I'm stuck on a root. That was a panic roll, 100%. But I figured I had to roll because I was stuck, and there was a 1-star warrior and a Morgan right there, and it worked out. There's so much everything. Probably. I didn't read that whole comment, sorry. I got to the parry of the Valkyrie part, but yeah, you probably could. I'm not sure if I have enough armor and health to do that, honestly. Slash blocking stat. There's a lot of things that go into parrying, and since I haven't, like, since I'm not using a shield and haven't been, like, blocking and parrying a ton since, like, the start of the game, like, my blocking stat is actually pretty low. So I kind of, it's mostly that I don't trust myself and my stats. But yeah, you can basically parry almost everything in this game. Almost. Oh, of course he gets stuck on something, so he just stops moving forward, sits there watching me. until my attack is done, and he's like, alright, now I'm gonna go in there. Smack this Viking. Aw, come on. Gosh, their attack range is so dumb. Give me those sinews. I need them. I hate this place. They wanted to give players a challenge, and they definitely did so. But the way that they did it is kind of annoying and tedious, which isn't my favorite. Is not my favorite way of making things difficult. Oh yeah, yeah. I've spent quite a few hours watching Elden Ring lore videos as well, since it's so convoluted and only really told through, you know, like actual environment and like small little tidbits on items and stuff. It's really cool, like seeing people kind of like piece it all together. And fair. I think that parrying and dodging are both really good and really important. It just kind of depends on the enemies. A lot of times I tend to dodge, just because like getting staggered while you're getting swarmed basically equals instant death. So I tend to try to just avoid it if I can help it. And I feel like more often than not, the main enemies that you would want to like parry or dodge are like the heavy hitters. But because they're heavy hitters, they're more likely to, you know, stagger you. Okay, we're gonna throw that out. Don't need that. But yeah, I mean, like if you're playing the game normally, and you have like a shield, and you have like heavy armor and lots of health, like parrying is still really good just in general. So it kind of depends on like what your build loadout looks like, basically. I particularly also play a lot with light armor or like no armor. So when that happens, like your armor value being so low, like you get staggered by tons of different things even when parrying. So I just don't. I've gotten very used to dodge rolling a lot of things, and that's also probably too because like I learned a lot of like technique and stuff from watching speedruns where they don't use armor and stuff like that, and they do dodge roll a lot. So I think that, you know, like I kind of picked up some of those habits. Which, you know, it can be a mixed thing. Like, yeah, parrying is fantastic. I just don't always, you know, again, I don't always trust myself and like where I'm at in the different states of the game. And I don't trust heavy hitting 1-stars at all. Like, oh, like at all. They're so sus. So I just tend to lean towards dodge rolling a lot of the time. But at different points, when I feel confident, I'll parry stuff, and then it's really nice because of all the bonus damage that you get against things. Alright, that's 90. I believe that we can upgrade our set now. Okay, our stuff's not getting attacked, so let's ignore that. Show me potato salad. Oh yeah, for sure. I love the crit sound. Crit sound is so good. If he's just gonna stay over there, I'm just gonna go to sleep. There are definitely a lot of very like ear-pleasing ASMR sounds in Valheim. Um, Funny enough, one of my absolute favorites is from the Therzie Armory mod. Um, they add in a few different types of arrows, including pickaxe arrows. Um, and there is one enemy in the game, the stone golem in the mountains, that's weak to pickaxe. And like when you're using a bow and shooting a stone golem with pickaxe arrows, like it's I don't know. It might just be me, but like it is such a satisfying sound. Like it sounds and feels really good. Probably honestly my favorite part of the bow run. That I think, did we do the bow run right before this one? I think we did. I think the bow run was right before clubs. But I don't remember exactly, but I think so. And I think that unarmed was before that, and then spears, magic, and then the vanilla run. And also, yes, the Elden Ring and the Souls games are actually kind of one of my bigger influences for doing these runs with like just like specific weapon types. I really liked the runs that Gino was doing, you know, like with his stuff, and I felt kind of inspired to do like a Valheim-ish version. Okay, so to upgrade our armor, we mostly need the metal, mostly. Also, let's go ahead and kind of check this out. I really like this helmet. I like the like one broken horn with like the one like normal horn. Very cool. For these like weapon themed runs, I think that we're at 5. It was magic, spears, unarmed, bows, and now clubs. Yeah, this is the 5th one. Yeah. I mean, the only reason that we're at 5 is because I have a lot of time-saving like mods slash world settings. Like in particular, I have the world modifiers so that I can teleport metals, so I don't have to worry about sailing stuff around. I have mats turned up to 1.5 times drop multiplier, just because that's honestly that's like just my favorite, or that's where I kind of prefer it to be, just in general, like so that the grinds don't, or the runs and playing in general don't feel like way too grindy. Because like sometimes, like, you know, you get to the plains, right, and you're like, man, I need like so much black metal, I just gotta run around and kill foolings and then go find another plains and kill more foolings. It just takes forever, it feels like sometimes. Oh, and don't even get me started on copper. Copper is like, farming copper is one of my least favorite things to do in this game. Nothing, I think, even comes close. But yeah, I mean, I have like 2,500 hours into this game at this point. I have spent a lot of time like learning this game, and that's just my playtime. That's not even like the amount of time that I've been watching like streamers and like tip videos and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to this fort and then look this way, but I think that this is basically the end of the island. Oh, right, no, yeah, I remember from yesterday, or 2 days ago at this point, actually. It was Tuesday. right. I remember seeing trees out this way, so I think there's another landmass, and we might be able to get there by jumping over spires. So just in case, let me take more portal mats. But yeah. For the weapon runs, I did the vanilla run with just the default, like, base settings, just to set kind of like a, hey, this is like one of my baseline runs that's like on camera, like this is how the game is intended to be played. But for these weapon specific mods, at the very least, to take out some of the grind, I have a lot of quality of life mods, and you know, I'm using settings to save a bunch of time mostly. Admittedly, there's some power stuff in there as well. The first couple of runs, we used the epic loot mod just for the fun of it. So these aren't exactly like full-on challenge runs per se. It's kind of just more like a I want to have fun. I want to enjoy the game. I don't want things to be like too grindy, but I also kind of want to, you know, put some limitations and restrictions on stuff for, you know, make it interesting. But I ended up taking out the epic loot because it felt like we kind of were relying very heavily on it for certain things and at certain parts. So the bow run, we did without it, and bows are broken. Bows are really good in this game, but yeah, this clubs run has been a little bit harder, I would say. Hasn't been too bad overall, but they're dealing with like drakes in the mountains was tough. And not having any range at all is not the greatest. Not the greatest. But it hasn't been too bad, honestly. And it's been fun. Bonking things is lots of fun. Ow. What was that range? And another Valkyrie. He didn't wow, he got no knockback whatsoever. Warriors are brutal. Yep. Get the big old bonks. Alright, well, I'm just gonna use this lingering stam potion, but it's actually really funny too, because I believe that one of the like additional weapons that was added to through the Armory mod, it's basically a giant club, and I'm fairly certain that it's literally just based on the giant club from Elden Ring. Okay, don't die, please. Corpse run is not healing me fast enough. Alright, we're gonna have to just do like one piece of armor at a time, I think. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Oh, come on. Yeah, fairly certain. think the giant club is basically like a big staple of the Dark Souls series. It's one of Gino's favorite weapons for sure. Oh yeah, the warrior gets knocked back now. I honestly shouldn't have died. I feel cheated that the warrior just like didn't flinch at all and ended up smacking me because knockback is dumb. I still have corpse run. Okay. Okay, corpse run is out, but I have fire resistance going for a reason. This is basically the reason I don't like the Ashlands. Like, this is the main reason. Because, like, there's just mobs everywhere all of the time. Yeah, there is no chill time. Like, you're just always constantly fighting, and you're constantly fighting like 15 things all at the same time. And it used to be worse. That was the sad part. This is the nerfed Ashlands. You know what? I'm just gonna go this way. I'm just gonna continue looking around. I was actually doing really well in this run too. We kind of realized it on Tuesday. The first time I died here in the Ashlands was actually the first time I had died on this run, which is very abnormal for me. I kind of tend to die to random things like all the time. But yeah, I was like, whoa, I can't remember like when's the last time that I died. Like we ended up like looking up like the stats and stuff, and it was like literally like I hadn't died. I was like, oh snap, that was like my first death. It's kind of a dumb death too, honestly, but it happens. Yeah, warriors just like sword, like just chilling on the shoulder, just like, yeah, I don't care. See, I'm so accident prone though. Like I want to do like a deathless run, but it's so hard. Like it's so, or I should say it's so easy to just get into a random situation where you just get like caught with like no stamina, like really bad terrain, or like, you know, you're like watching an enemy, right, trying to like dodge the attacks, and then you get like stuck on like a rock or something, and then just poof, dead. But just beyond that, like I said, I'm kind of accident prone, so I die to like random things like all the time. Yeah. I was actually thinking about that very recently, because I was just like, ah man, it'd be really cool to like do, you know, like a deathless run, but like, I guess one of the main differences, right, is like, oh well, with, you know, Elden Ring and like Dark Souls, like all the enemies aren't random, like they're all set in like a particular spot. So I was like, that does make like a really big deal. I don't know how to like combat that. That being said, I mean, you know, there's like randomizer runs, so. Though that being said, randomizers for deathless and hitless in particular, you know, are a lot harder just because of like, you don't have the consistency going on that you do in like the normal game. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, like, with the knockback. Like, I hit the Morgan there, and he just didn't get pushed away, like, at all. I wonder if that has to deal with one of the mods that we're using. I wonder what category that's in. Probably a bug from the mod. Yeah, it could be. So, outside of the Armory mod kind of changing, like, the Demolisher, right? To, like, put its attack to the secondary attack slot. Like, that could be part of it. The other thing I'm thinking is we have a mod that makes it so that we can aim up and down. Because, like, normally, like, when you're playing the game, right, it's like no matter where your camera's angled, like, if you swing, it just swings straight, like, all the time. So, like, when things are slightly, you know, above you or below you, like, you can't hit them because of the way that hitboxes work. So, that mod aims to correct that, where it allows you to, you know, like, kind of aim your camera up and down, so you can either, you know, like, not hit the ground, you know, looking up, or, you know, hit the ground, looking down. So I'm wondering if that is messing with where, like, my Demolisher's, like, AoE is hitting. So, like, maybe, like, my camera angle is, like, aiming it and putting, like, the slam, like, behind the enemy or something like that. So they're just not getting pushed anywhere. It's, like, it's either, like, perfectly centered so it doesn't, like, know where to push them. Or maybe it's like hitting behind them and basically just pushing them into me, right? That's what I'm thinking is a possibility. I don't know for sure though. I'm just, you know, trying to apply logic. For the most part though, like that mod has been really helpful because it makes, you know, combat a lot more fluid. And honestly, like, you can't really... It's a very minor thing that you can... Like, it feels very well integrated into the game. Yeah, yeah. Which is why, you know, the mod is, like, really, really nice, because it stops that kind of stuff. Like, oh, look, this wolf is, you know, like, slightly above my head, so, oh, I swing and I can't hit it. So then it, you know, still hits you and chomps you, because why not? But yeah, if it's causing problems like that, that's, interesting, to say the least. Okay, that's just trees on the island that I've already been to. Okay, so we have this little section here, and I don't think that there's much more to that section. It's also almost nighttime. Probably want to take a small break and head home. Probably. Alright, I don't know what the heck's going on over there, but I want no part of it. I don't know how I dodged that, but I'll take it. Yeah, charred bones are a very, very common drop here. All of the charred, like, skelly enemies drop them. They're used in, like, a few things, but you get, like, way, way more than you realistically ever need. But they can be used for... outside of, like, there's, like, a couple, like, random, like, armor and weapons and maybe, like, a couple of, you know, like, build pieces that need them. But you can use them for arrows and crossbow bolts. There's also a little shield generator machine thingy. Actually, I don't think that I have it unlocked, honestly. But yeah, it's kind of like a little thing that you just put on the ground, and then you put bones into it to power it, and it projects like this big bubble, like around an area. And while you're in, basically attacks, like ranged attacks, that hit the bubble just get like, they just like disintegrate. So theoretically, it's like you can help protect your buildings from like getting shot at from outside, but also at the same time you can't like shoot out from the bubble, which I've always found honestly to be a little silly. But I don't know, maybe it's a balancing thing that they implemented so as not to make you like completely like unable to be hit by, you know, boss ranged attacks or something like that, and you know, like be able to shoot out from there, something like that. Close to it, yeah. Close to a safe zone. But it's mostly for ranged attacks. But then again, you can fight enemy. At least in like the Bog Witch bubble, you can fight enemies. I don't think there's any necessarily must-buys from the Bog Witch. I would say kind of depending on like what stuff you're looking for. Depends on like what you want to get from her. But the Cured Squirrel Hamstring in particular makes arguably the best potion in the game, the Tonic of Ratatosk. It gives you 15% movement speed and plus 10 run. That's fair. There's like different random effects. I don't remember exactly all of the things that she does. But the Tonic of Ratatosk is the one that I always get because it's really good. Yeah, some of the stuff that she sells is for feasts. So like it's the ones that have like the biomes names in them. Those are the ones that make the feasts, which you craft the feast using that material and normally some other like mats and foods from the biome that is in the name of the item. And then you use a cooking tray. I actually don't think that I have one because I haven't been using them on these runs. But yeah, you also have a cooking tray that you can buy from her, and using that, you place the feasts basically anywhere, but I mean, I would imagine, you know, most people probably place them on like a table or something. And then from there, they have 10 uses. They also last for an hour, I think. So they're really good if you're like playing for like a really long time, and especially if you tend to do like build projects or like, you know, maybe you backtrack into like the Black Forest and, you know, you spend some time there getting like copper and stuff. In order to save you on like higher level foods or whatever, it's nice to like use some of your lower foods like for the feasts, and they you get a lot of uses out of them. But yeah, they do have kind of lower stats as far as like the health and stamina that you get from them. They're kind of like the jerkies, like boar jerky, something like that, where it's like they're kind of a half and half on whether they're a health and stamina food, but they're not like particularly high. But you know, the main benefit of them is the amount of uses that you get out of it, plus the duration of them, so they last a long time. And they're good for, you know, basically like activities that are lower tier than, like, you know, your armor, basically, is what I would say. Yes. So basically, here, let me grab some money real quick. That is like 11 gold. Oh, I see. Here, I actually don't, I have a lot of money, so I don't mind actually kind of just showcasing how it works. It might be a little bit easier to understand than me trying to explain it. Plus, then you can also see like some numerics, so that can help. Yeah, I guess we'll buy some mountain stuff, I guess, or woodland herbs, something like that. Yeah, whatever. We'll just buy all of them. It's great. Yeah, so some of this other stuff is for like potion things. Don't actually remember what the powder dragon shell eggs are for, but or powder dragon eggshells. All the recipes that you're seeing popping up are because of the serving tray. Like the other function of the serving tray is you can, this is just cosmetic. Basically, it's kind of like a, oh hey, like instead of making like an item frame and like putting it on a table, you can literally just take out your serving tray and put down, you know, like a food item on the table. And then you can just nom. Or you know, remove it. It acts kind of like the hammer, basically. Pop. But as for the feasts, so the feasts you make at the food prep table. So for instance here, we need the mountain peak pepper powder. Also, these items come in lots of 5, so you know, you purchase them once, you get 5. So that'll make, you know, like 5 different feasts type of a thing. But so for our mountain lager stew, we need carrots, onion soup, and wolf skewers. Wolf skewer down here. 1 and 2. Oh, I got an extra one. Whatever. So now we can make our hearty mountain lager stew at the food prep table. And so with that, we can go into the serving tray. Yeah, we can go into the serving tray and we can put this all sorts of places. You can put it just on the floor. I guess you can't really put it on some certain things that are placed down, but I remember putting this down on top of like a bed or like some other like random thing. Like, it was really silly. Darn, can't put it in the hot tub. Can only put it next to the hot tub. Shame. Ah, let me up. But yeah, so then we place it. And so as long as you don't actually eat any, you can always remove them, like with your remove button, and pick them back up. But if you eat from them at all, like even a single time, if you remove it, it just gets rid of it altogether. So be careful of that if you want to like move them around for like aesthetics and stuff. But yeah, so with your serving tray, you just plop it down, and now it has, 10 out of 10 uses. So I can eat this, 10 different times. Oh, I apologize. I was wrong. It's not an hour, it's 50 minutes. But yeah, I think that the stats are on the prep table, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so for a 50-minute duration, it's giving me like 45 health, 45 stamina. So, kind of like I said, it's really low. It just lasts for a really long time, and it's cost efficient for materials. That's like the main benefit of this of the feasts. And then basically every time that you beat a boss in a different biome, it unlocks that biome's like crafting material from the bog witch. And now we just have some extra wolf skewer because why not? But yeah, that's basically how feasts work. They're a really cool addition to the game. I think that they're mostly kind of intended to be cosmetic-ish aesthetic, which I don't hate. They have like, some sort of a use for general things, but, being aesthetic, cosmetic-ish, like they're not necessarily the most important things, but they're cool. I like them. I just don't really have a use for them a lot of the time, so I don't bother. A lot of the times we're just kind of in these runs we're just pushing forward, and I'm not normally working on like random projects in like the earlier biomes, so I just don't really have a use for them. Okay, don't know why I'm looking at that station. Like, all of our weaponry is going to be here, probably. Okay, so we're at the Demolisher. Don't really see anything else. You might need to get the gem cutter going. Not so much. Yeah, exactly. And it's really nice too, because each of the feasts has its own look, and they actually like have like the stuff, the ingredients that you use for them. Like you can see here, right? Like the onion slices from the onion soup. You have the wolf skewers on the side, the like the leafy bits from like the carrots and stuff. And like each of the feasts, has its own look that uses the actual materials that are involved in crafting it. So it's a really nice touch. That being said, though, let us continue our journey looking for the big jerk. And by the big jerk, I mean the last boss. Yeah, I like to think that it's a pretty good like mix of like use and like functionality and like cosmetics. Like / aesthetics. Just a really good addition to the game in my opinion. I like it. I do kind of wish that the stats were better though, honestly. If I had to gripe about it, I would just be like, yeah, make the stats at least a little bit better. Like, make it at least like decent for, you know, the biome that it's from. Yeah. I mean, I can't complain too much, right? Because the duration is a lot longer than, like, other foods. Like, most other foods last, like, up to, like, 25 or 30 minutes. So that, like, 50-minute duration is very long. It's just, like, the duration doesn't exactly matter when the stats don't really support it too much. Something like that. Alright, there we go. This is probably the best way to deal with Morgan for this loadout. Just get behind them and slow them. I gotta do that more often. Save up a little bit of stamina here. And I have not been chugging Ratatosk tonics as much as I should be. Yep, bonk the booty. We are going to ignore everything that we can. Ooh, yes, Bone Maw. I need to fight one of those. Here, Bone Maw, Bone Maw, Bone Maw. Here's Sea Snake. No, I haven't tried Sekiro. Doesn't really look quite like my style of game, honestly. Like, it looks cool, but probably not for me. Oh crap. Yeah. Oh, I hate these rocks sometimes. Terrain is sus. Whew. Hey, Warden. We are at 67 clubs, and with 11 bonus from our set. Even though it should be 12. Weird. Don't know what's going on with that, but here we are. And yeah, that's the Ashlands bone serpent. Mean, nasty things. They were close. 67, yeah. So pushes it up to 78 or 79, whichever. It might be showing 11 because we died recently. Not sure. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, Flash, but it says 12. It says clubs plus 12, so I assume it's supposed to add 12. It might actually add 11. It's possible that it got like rebalanced and the tooltip could be out of date, potentially. Kind of hard to say though. I don't actually like, I've never actually interacted with the mod who made this, so little things like that I wouldn't be able to say. I can only guess. They also have like a Google document that's effectively like the wiki, but it doesn't give like a lot of numerics a lot of the time. Although it might tell me the club level, but I don't know how like up to date the wiki is itself, or the spreadsheet. Well, I'd like to fight that bone maw, but I don't think it's gonna get any closer than that. Man, those things are cool. Nasty buggers, though. Yeah, I kind of figured I wouldn't be able to actually attack out here, so that's not happening. Oh, honestly, I can't remember. I know that, like, effectively, you're supposed to get either, like, 200 or 300% damage, like, to a particular weapon class, once the skill reaches level 100, but I, for the life of me, can't actually remember, like, the exact numerics. And I think it also might vary, dependent on which weapon skill it is. Well, it sounds like a lot, but it's like either you're doing like double or triple damage like by the time that you get to level 100, as opposed to if you just had a 0 skill. So I mean, it's a sizable amount, I suppose, but it also like makes sense, right? That you would be doing a lot more damage with a weapon that you're very proficient with. So like it's like, double or triple the amount of damage that you would normally be doing with a weapon that you haven't used at all. Something like that. Yeah, I imagine if you Googled it, you'd probably be able to find it like pretty easily. Contrary-wise, if I Googled it, I could probably find it really easily, but I am trying to find a dragon. Okay, yeah, I definitely see land. Yeah, it's very visible. There are trees. I don't know how big that landmass is going to be, though. But at least we do know where it is now. I'm fairly confident I could probably get there on spires. It's just very dangerous to do so. And if our ship is actually still hanging out like right over here, I think it's probably better to just take the ship. Safer, at least. One wrong jump and like we get stuck in the water and we just cook. Hard pass on that. I can't see. Oh, it's my. Oh yeah, I never re-equipped my HipLantern. Haha. There you guys go. Admittedly, this also helps me a little bit in the situation, but yeah, I installed this little HipLantern mod just for you guys, so that you guys can see when I'm doing things in the dark. And it looks cooler than Rust's candle hat. Okay. Mashed meat. We can make quite a lot of mashed meat. No, we haven't found that out yet. There is a vanilla lantern. However, did I end up saving one? I don't know if I saved one this run. Looks like I didn't. That being said, I do know where to find one. So the Dwerger lantern, I think is how it's pronounced. But the Dwarf lantern is an item that you can like equip and you hold it in one hand. And you don't get it until the Mistlands. Whereas like one of the things just for the stream, you know, like when I go into like the burial chambers, it's pretty dark in there, but I have enough like gamma or light saturation or whatever, you know, like on my computer monitor where I can still see regardless. But I've noticed in particular that it's like when I'm watching somebody else's like Valheim stream or recording and I watch on like one of my secondary monitors, which is a TV monitor, it's super dark and I can't see anything. So basically from that experience, I'm just like, oh, okay, like I need some sort of an early game option like to be, you know, let everybody who's watching the stream actually be able to see. So this unfortunately doesn't cut it as cool as it is, because it is very cool. But yeah, you can't get them until like the end of the game, and I could like use like a torch, but there's been a couple of times at the very least where I've used like two-handed weapons and stuff, and you can't like, you know, the torch doesn't really work in those situations. So as of the last weapon run, I found this HipLantern mod, and you can configure it to where it costs like whatever you want it to cost, and it also has the configurable thing where it literally takes up its own slot as opposed to like a utility slot. So I was just like, oh, that's super cool. I'm just gonna make the recipe like wood and resin, and we'll have access to it at the very beginning of the game, and then everybody gets to be able to see, you know, all of the things going on. So, and it looks cool. So I thought it was a good solution. And the lantern in particular also allows you to make these kind of cool, like, you got like a lamp post, and then you have like a wall mounted post, which are pretty nice. Yeah, a lot of the build pieces from the Mistlands are really good. I would just kind of throw this here in the middle of the base, honestly, but we're kind of low on copper, and you know what? I'll do it anyways. We can always blow it up for our copper back. Here, do it like right here. Anyways. And the rest of the items are food items. Speaking of, I was supposed to make more pies. Whoops. Yeah. We gotta go cross that little water section and see what's over there. I'm hoping that it's like a bigger section, because like these couple of islands that we've been to thus far are really tiny, so, and this is moving more towards like the middle of the map where the Ashlands islands should be a lot larger. So I'm hoping that it's a bigger place, but at the very least, if it has a fortress, then we'll be in good shape. Because that'll get us the bell fragments we need. There's a chance that there's a boss rune inside of the fortress, and we also might just end up running into the boss arena, like around the edges and stuff. That's always a possibility. But yeah, that's like kind of the last couple of things we need to do here. For the most part. I'm trying to think of if there's like... I don't know if there's any... like material drops that we haven't gotten thus far. We've gotten basically... we fought like everything. We stormed the fortress. We have all 3 of the different gem kinds. We fought a Valkyrie, we fought Morgan and gotten all their materials, we've gotten all the stuff from like blobs and the trees, Askspin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've touched all of the Ashlands materials at this point, including Flametal, Charred Cogwheel. These might actually just be like our endgame weapons, honestly. Let me double check the Google Doc real quick. Okay, yeah, so this is our last battle hammer. Oh. Okay. There's a modded sledgehammer that we're probably never gonna get. It needs a trophy from a Morgan. I don't even think I've ever seen a Morgan trophy before. That must be like one of the 5% drop rate trophies. And on top of that, it's a really rare enemy. So we're probably... I think that the Demolisher is probably our endgame sledge. And I'm not making the Dwarven Mallet, so... Okay, yeah. I think that this is actually the endgame as far as our weaponry goes. Good to know. So I guess that before the final boss, we'll just use all of our materials and figure out kind of what we're doing. We can still upgrade our armor a little bit, though. That's kind of the main use of Flametal here. We need a lot of Flametal, but we'll also get a little bit of an influx of Flametal once we clear the next fortress. Also, I actually kind of need this feast to go away. I shouldn't have eaten there. I should have gone and eaten a puke berry, but whatever. We're just exploring anyways. I don't necessarily hate the idea. I know for a fact that it definitely goes against the spirit of what the developers like kind of intended. Like, I feel like that kind of ties in very much with how they feel about like our limited backpack space and not giving us like actual backpacks and stuff like that. Like, one of their main things is that they kind of like want us to do like inventory management and stuff like that, and I definitely feel like they probably, you know, would frown upon like automation and stuff. But I mean, I think that at least to like a point, some sort of automation in some cases would be really helpful. At the very least, like being able to like craft from containers or some sort of option like that, like there are little things that they could add that I feel like wouldn't realistically be like horrible, and like would still fit like the spirit of the game, I think. That would be like really nice for just general quality of life and convenience. But I imagine that if we're going to get it, we're going to be getting it very late. Like maybe sometime in the future, maybe they'll cave and be like, all right, fine, like here's, you know, backpacks like in the game and, you know, stuff like that. But it'll probably be like far after the 1.0 release. But at the same time, that's kind of like what mods are for, especially because they don't discourage mods. They're just like, yeah, mods are cool, do your thing, like, you know, modify the game that you want, or modify the game the way that you want. So even if it doesn't necessarily match their vision, it's, you know, it's not like they're against people making changes. Personally, I kind of tend to lean away from automation, but that's just because I guess I like feeling a little bit more like in control of what I'm doing. In particular, I've had a couple of issues with craft from containers and the way that it automatically pulls things. Okay, we're gonna be sailing right over a bone maw, from the looks of it. But we're not going very far, so as long as we can get like a good angle to get some wind and breeze past, I don't really care that much. Yeah, the create mod's very cool. I kind of wish that we had a few more kind of Minecraft inspired mods for Valheim, but like, I mean, you know, the modder's gonna do what modder's gonna do. Okay, I honestly can't remember exactly where we were going, so I think it's kind of this way. I think it's kind of this way. Hoping it's kind of this way. I know it wasn't very far. Alright, let me get my bearings here. Okay, yeah, so we're on the right track. Oh yeah, for sure. Like there's lots and lots of different mods and lots of different things. Like I can't complain about the variety. Can I hit this from here? I can't. Ladder. Save me, ladder. Alright, well, that's a lot of bone maw teeth. Kinda needed those. More sushi? Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of... it's really funny because I'm still, to this day, impressed by the stats on the bone maw meat. Like, the cooked serpent meat isn't, you know, like the greatest food, but it turns into serpent stew, which is really good, right? But for the bone maw meat in particular, you literally, like, it's only used for just cooking it, like, basically raw, but, or not raw, but, like, you just cook it and that's the recipe. But the stats on it are really, really good. Alright, we got some lava. We got a spawner. Looks like we got a lot of space to work with here. So, this looks promising. That being said, my PC sounds like it's very unhappy right now. Might be a little bit warm in my room. I don't know the numbers offhand. I believe that the highest health food that we have is 105, followed by 100, and then I think that there's a 95. So whatever that adds up to, technically is like the highest health. Stam, I believe, is the same. There should be like a 105 stam food, a 100 stam food. There might not be a 95 stam food though. It might be like 90. Aether should be approximately the same. If you go look at the official Valheim wiki, and I believe it's look at like the food page, it does actually tell you like what the highest amount of health, stam, or Aether that you can have is, and what the combination of foods is to do that. It has like a whole like chart and table and stuff. So. Ugh. So many things exploding. But yeah, I imagine that it's basically approximately like 300-ish maximum on health food or Aether, depending on if you're using just all health, all stam, or all Aether foods. Yeah, I don't think it's quite there, but it is definitely noisier. Definitely, like, it definitely started kicking into the, it's very hot. Yeah, this island looks really tiny too. And there's obviously no point in going this way. Yeah, because we kind of know where that goes. So, guess we head north. I mean, I guess there's a... I guess we should fight Morgan when we find them. There is a chance. There is a chance we could get a Morgan trophy, and thus get the other hammer, I suppose. Oh, yeah. Aether is the stat that it's basically mana. But long and short, it's mana. Yeah. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Yeah, staggers are brutal. Don't do it, Dwarf. Don't walk into my attacks. dwarf is trying to become my enemy. Actively trying to fight me. Alright, in the name of trying to get that trophy, we're gonna go into this cave and try to fight a Morgan. We have the technology. There we go. Wondering if I can parry that with my current stats. Probably can. The roll is like the weakest attack a Morgan does. Ooh. We actually got it. We actually got it. Oh well then. And I needed to head home anyways because it's nighttime. So, it was worth it. You know what I need? I need a ventilation, like, like I need like an air vent like above my door. That's what I need. My room is just very poor ventilation, but I don't have like one of those, like, you know, the things that catches like air conditioning waves and I don't know what I'm saying. Words are hard. Flametal, sledgehammer. We need flametal. Extra 14 damage. So it's like probably... It's probably like 2 base damage higher than the Demolisher, like a level 4 Demolisher. The use stamina is so high though, 24. Although I guess the Demolisher is pretty high too at 22, so I guess it's not that different. Yeah, we need Flametal, but I don't want to hit Flametal nodes if I can help it. I just want to be lazy. Let me be lazy, game. We will make that sledge before the end of this run though. And hopefully sooner rather than later. We just need to find the... Once we find the next fortress, we'll hopefully get a bunch of Flametal from that, and that would be really good for, you know, making our weapon and then upgrading our armor. But we might end up hitting a Flametal node or two. Okay, gear is mostly all repaired. Good enough. I imagine that we're probably going to have to end up sailing around again though, unless this island stretches out a little bit more northward and then like opens up and gets bigger. Which it kind of looks like it's doing. Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's like moving out to the east, which means if it stretches further north. It'll be an interesting fight, I think. I've done it a few times at this point, so I'm like kind of familiar. Oh, dwarves out of nowhere. I'm kind of familiar with the fight at this point, but heavy armor, heavy armor is painful. It's so slow, and honestly, that fight I feel is a lot about like movement and like positioning, jumping, and then taking like small attack windows. And honestly, we don't have like the fastest attacks, so you know what? I might actually end up making that Dwarven Mallet after all, now that I'm thinking about it. That might end up being like one of our best weapons against the boss. We'll see though. I can always like, you know, try the different weapons against him and see kind of how they do. Not like we're completely stuck using one and only one weapon after all. Oh, getting a little bit of lag here though. Just a wee bit. Nah, he's not weak against anything. He is neutral to blunt at the very least though, so we're not like SOL or anything. He is resistant to pierce though, which was really... It made the bow run and the spear run rather interesting, honestly. Okay, well, I just wanted a vantage point to look around, but I'm having trouble getting up there, so screw it. Also, there's a lava pit over here. Usually a good sign. Not so much today, though. I think I can make this. Ooh, that's gonna be close. Oh, the spikes! That scared me. That scared me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Just straight up get pushed back into the lava. I would literally die. Lava is brutal. Lava is no joke at all in this game. I don't want to deal with spawners. Especially in these places where I'm not, like, actively doing anything. That looks a little too small to be the boss arena, so I don't think that's anything. Where is this bird? There, bird. It was in fact a leap of faith. I had faith that I would make it. I wasn't entirely wrong either. Go on, lava blob, do your thing. A win is a win. Yep. Whether it's by an inch or a mile, a win is a win. Pretty sure that's a movie quote. I wouldn't be able to tell you what movie it is, because I don't remember, but pretty sure that's a movie quote. What? Taking hits from vultures is one thing. Taking hits from a 1-star warrior is not something I'm keen on. There are so many spawners here, and it feels all really like condensed too. It's not really like, the island's not really like opening up like we need it to into like lava fields. Though then again, we are kind of hugging the outside, I suppose, but I'd rather deal with the vultures in the vulture spawner. At least I'm pretty certain that the these nests here are basically vulture spawners. Or like spawn anchors, spawn points, something like that. Let's start tossing stuff that we don't need, which is almost everything at this point. Got some lava here. Ow. Whenever I get swarmed by like a million things, I always get reminded of that one arcane League of Legends song, Enemy. It's like, everybody's trying to be my enemy. That's how it feels. That's how it feels in Valheim. Everybody's trying to be your enemy. Yeah. Yep. 10,000%. What's with all the one-star warriors? Why specifically warriors? I guess there's been a few marksmen too, but like, where are the one-star twitchers? I can deal with one-star twitchers. They're still made of paper. But warriors are so tanky. Alright, he's doing the weird thing. I'm okay with this. Sorta, kinda. I think there's, in vanilla, I think there's only one basically long sword, which is the two-handed sword Crom, which is a reference to Conan the Barbarian, which I've always found kind of entertaining. But outside of that, I think there's only just the one two-handed sword in vanilla. I guess technically stuff like, I mean, I think that the swords are considered basically long swords. The design, like the base design of swords in general. So I guess Crom would technically be like a great sword type of a deal, but see if I can, yeah, there we go. It's finally able to override that feast. Not that it's going to make that much of a difference, but but the Armory mod by Therzie does add in many more two-handed swords. For some reason, there's two classifications. There's bastard swords and then claymores. Although I'm not honestly sure, like too sure what the differences between them are. Great swords are, in fact, very cool. 1 second. Ugh, sneezes. What is going on over there? I see what looks like a mountain outline. It might actually be an actual mountain. Pretty sure that Ashlands don't get to that elevation, but it's really weird that I can see it from like right here, because that means it's probably like right here-ish? I guess that would be kind of what looks like the edge, like the border of the Ashlands, I suppose, with the way that it probably curves. Okay. That makes more sense now that I've kind of thought about it for like an extra 5 seconds. But my initial like knee-jerk reaction was like, that's so close to the Ashlands, that shouldn't be there. Yeah, I typically don't like lean towards two-handed weapons either. I kind of prefer to use like shields and stuff. With the exception of when I'm using bows, because you know bows are just two-handed. But you know, not quite the same classification, right? We are running out of landmass, so let's get that death marker out of there. I think at this point we cut our losses. I mean, I guess at this point we might as well just finish tracing the island, right? Like, there's not too much more to it, but we're not gonna find what we need. What up, dwarfs? That's a good one. I don't really use the porcupine myself, but that's just because I get really attached to like the frost debuff from Frostner. But like most people that I've heard that use clubs and maces a lot seem to really like the porcupine, so I think I probably would have made the porcupine and used it a little bit more on this run, but we didn't actually. We were kind of like low on iron, so I kind of like opted out of it, and I was just kind of like, yeah, I'm really just gonna use Frostner for the slow. Like, we've been focusing a lot on like the two-handed weapons, so I was just kind of like, yeah, without the extra materials, I'm just not really gonna go for it. Yeah, Frostner's really good against a lot of different things. Its damage is kind of all over the place, right? Because it's like Frost, Blunt, and Spirit. But honestly, Frost is one of the most powerful like damage types in the game because of the added slow. And honestly, depending on like what biome you're in, the Spirit damage is really good too. But in particular, like the Mistlands, the normal physical damages are actually really not great. Because a lot of the enemies just resist all the physical damages. So you really want like special damages like poison and frost. So like for me, and like even in like the plains, right, with Foolings, like they're not resistant to blood damage, but they are super susceptible to the slow from frost damage. which makes frost like really, really valuable against them. Not only that, but if they get the wet, like as we're seeing here, because the warrior was in the water and he has the wet debuff, the little water dropping off him, we're actually dealing double damage on the frost, because that's a thing. Ow. So I just feel like a lot of the time, like frost ends up being like just really, really powerful. Yeah, so just like you, enemies can get the wet debuff, and when they have it, when something has the wet debuff, it takes double damage from lightning and frost. I have no idea where I can pull this sea snake where I'll be able to hit it, but I'll try to get it in here. Something like that probably works. Ah, went a little too far, it looks like. Yeah, there's actually a couple different other ways that some of the debuffs work too. Like, so a lot of the time, when you are like fighting like fire enemies, a lot of the time what happens is they end up dealing like a lot of their damage ends up coming in the form of a burning debuff as opposed to like just flat damage. So if you have the wet debuff, instead of taking every single tick of the burning damage, what happens is your burning debuff gets removed after like one tick, and some amount of seconds get taken off of your wet debuff. So if you're fighting something like fooling shamans that do a lot of fire damage, one of the actual like best ways to deal with them is to actually give yourself the wet debuff by like walking into water or something, and it negates like so much of their damage. Okay, let's hopefully get out of here before we cook. Whew. It's always scary jumping in that water. That water cooks ya. This is probably not actually the best place to put a workbench. I don't want it catching on fire. Not very many. In the Ashlands, there are some gems where you can like augment some of your weapons to do lightning damage. But that's like, you know, current endgame. That's about the only lightning damage that we have for us. There's not a lot of enemies that deal lightning damage. Funny enough, Eikthyr, the first boss, does lightning damage, but like other than that, there's not really any that I can think of like off the top of my head. There might be like one or two other random mobs that do, but yeah, lightning damage is not common in vanilla at all. Alright. Beam me up, Scotty. Also, admittedly, this is taking a lot longer than I was hoping it would. We've checked a lot of islands. Well, a lot more islands than I normally check with Ashlands anyways, I guess. We haven't really checked that many, I suppose. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. I also imagine that, so we have this mysterious location out here. I imagine that the island that's around here is probably on the larger side. So we're gonna kind of aim in that direction, but, yeah, we've kind of hit a bunch of smaller islands already, so I definitely think that we're due for a larger one pretty soon here. Where is my ship? Is it a little bit? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a little bit further over here, huh? Forgot that we kind of backtracked a little bit to get up on top of a rock. Bruh. And we dodged the wet debuff. Let's go. Okay, so what is the best course of action? What is our best path for getting out of here? Maybe just to go around? Could also just kind of go back and then try to go in between here. That makes a lot of sense too. I'm gonna try to do that. Seems more efficient, but we might get stuck. I'm a little bit worried about the land in between the islands kind of being too high up, basically, and I think that that might impact impact our pathing, but gotta do what you gotta do. I'm also worried about bone moths, but we're gonna be in like really close proximity of a lot of spires, so we'll have a lot of room to kind of jump out, put a workbench down, and repair our ship. So shouldn't be that worried about it, I guess. Alright, try to take this nice and slow for the most part. Let's try to go carefully. But yeah, like little sections like this, it feels like the land might kind of be a little bit higher up over there and stop our progress. Oh, we lost wind, of course. Alright, good to know. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta open my door up and get some air in here. Alrighty. Oh. Hello? My audio? Oh, that's weird. That was really strange. My audio is just like cutting in and out. For Valheim specifically. Huh. That was really weird. Also, I'm pretty sure that we're stuck on land now. Kind of like I was worried about. Don't know if I can wiggle out of this, but I'm gonna try. And maybe do a little bit of pickaxing from the looks of it. Yeah, it's not really gonna work. I wish I had wind. Wind would make this a lot easier. Oh, come on. Alright, well, I have an idea of what we're gonna do here. See if I can actually get this done though. It's gonna be maybe a little bit rough with the sea snake. Might be able to kind of bait it over in this direction and hopefully not cook in the process. Alright, maybe over here. Where is the sea snake? Sea snake, come here. It's having some troubles. Come on, get over here. I don't think it's going to be able to. Alright. Oh wait, that's good. It's just gonna bugger off, huh? Okay. Well, that gives us time. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I need some ash wood, that's what I need. Right, there's Morgan over here. Forgot about that. Kinda wish that they had made the terrain a little bit more landing friendly. Considering that the water cooks you. Yes. It is the feather cape. It's from the Mistlands, but you have to get a little bit into the Mistlands first before you are able to craft it. Hopefully that'll cook the warrior. Morgan is turning just fine, even while being slowed. Probably got to bait out the double swipe attack. Yeah, there we go. Everything's got to be a hassle, right? Okay. Just throwing out stuff we don't need. So in particular, the reason I wanted ashwood was so that we can make kind of like a staircase type thing. Maybe we'll just do floor. Probably just floor. Floor's probably good. Hopefully. I don't think there's any way to kind of extend that. Oh yeah. Haha. And I guess just in case, instead of that piece, we'll use the ladder piece. Oh my gosh, is it because it's stuck? It's probably because it's stuck. Okay. Well, that's not fantastic. Oh, we have window. That might help. Okay, so we're kind of just hoping that the wind and the water level will agree with us and get us through here. Which is, you know, not working out too well, as you can tell. Or as you can probably tell. I have not played Raft, actually. I think I had it like, I think I had it like installed at one point, but I never got around to it. Something like that. I apparently can't get close enough to actually target this. Oh my gosh. Ships are such a pain, and I can't push this one either, so I can't like blow it up to like try to get my mats back. Yeah, I watched like a let's play of it. I just haven't played it myself. I might need to just do this the old-fashioned way. I think there were a few like features of Raft that kind of looked more annoying to deal with than anything. And I was like, would maybe enjoy it if I played it, but at the same time, Red Dead Redemption 2? Nah, I've never played that. I don't think I've ever had access to Red Dead Redemption, honestly. Which would be one reason why I wouldn't have played it, but never really caught my interest either. Oh, I'm cooking. Isn't that more of like kind of like a bounty game? Or something like that? The double taps. I do not mean to double tap it, but it likes to double tap. Oh, you're right. I totally forgot about all the gear and stuff that I had in that ship. Whoops. Will that stay? No. Okay. Yeah, I've had this like really weird thing, like, not necessarily air quotes as of late, but I haven't really been like super into like story-driven stuff like recently. I don't know exactly what's been going on with that, but it's been really hard for me to like be driven to play games that are super story-based. Okay, I should be able to pick that stuff up. This is the weirdest little dock thing that I've ever built in order to try to get some stuff out of the water. Alright, there we go. Wild West in nature and the animation's great. Yeah, I know that a lot of people really like Red Dead Redemption too. I watched like a little tiny bit of one of my friends playing it in like Discord, but yeah, like I said, I kind of haven't really been driven to play story-based games recently. The latest one was like Baldur's Gate 3, and that like really burnt me out. I never even technically finished Baldur's Gate 3, to be honest. I kind of got to like... I got to Act 3 and was like, oh gosh, there's so many noises and so many things going on and no clear path, and this is super overwhelming, and oh my gosh, I need to just not. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is fantastic. Do I still have my Drakkar mats? I do, okay. It's the fine wood, the Iggy wood. Why do I have so much Iggy wood? Oh, I don't. Okay. It's, yeah, right. Forgot, craft from containers. Got it. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of good stuff going on with it. And not really any bad things, honestly. For the most part. I think just for me, though, like, the way that Act 3 is laid out, it was just, like, super duper overwhelming, and basically just put, like, a giant wall in my, like, like a metaphorical wall in my way, and I was like, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. So I stopped playing, and then I ended up like some of my friends and stuff have played it, and so I kind of just like lived. I lived playing it through them instead of having to do it myself. I actually do that quite a bit, honestly. I don't really play a lot of like new and different games more often than not. I kind of end up like watching other people play games. Oh, I mean, I do actually play games single player more often than not. And I used to be a lot more into like RPGs and story-driven games. Like, I played a lot of like Final Fantasy and stuff when I was a kid. I still technically play Final Fantasy 14 even now. There's just a little bit of a lull state, you know, with in between like the expansions. So, that being said, I kind of moved on to other things. I had kind of moved into playing like League of Legends and stuff, some other games like that. Kind of towards like my late teens into like my 20s. And because of that and the fact that I don't really play a lot of new games, yeah, I kind of ended up skipping out on a lot of those like different series. So I've played like a little tiny bit of like the original God of War, but it wasn't really my style of game. And I play stuff like I lean more towards stuff like monster catchers, so like Pokemon, a bunch of the different like Digimon games, stuff like that. So yeah, I never really got into Uncharted or The Witcher or anything like that. I raided a little bit in FF14. Honestly, because it was like, it wasn't as hard as like Mythic raiding in World of Warcraft, but because I'd already Oh yeah, World of Warcraft too. Once I got into World of Warcraft and like Diablo 3, like a bunch of my time ended up going into that, and I just kind of didn't cling on to different game series. But yeah, since I mythic rated in World of Warcraft for so long, like I kind of was like, you know what? I'm kind of over the whole rating thing and trying really hard and like learning mechanics and spending like hours upon hours on end on like a singular fight. I was like, I just want to play FF14 to relax and like chill. uh, but yeah, I did try raiding a little bit. During Shadowbringers. Yeah, I never really got like super hard into like role playing and stuff, but I like to just do like busy work, honestly. I ended up like leveling like all my crafters and stuff. I would say that most of my classes are at a respectable level. They're not all max though, so honestly, it's something I've been putting off and neglecting for a little while. I did a little bit of Eden, yeah. Eden was cool. Me and one of my guild members actually, like, for the first couple of months or so, like, we were actively doing, like, Eden, like, 1 through 4, I think, like, daily or weekly or something like that. And it wasn't too bad, like, cause learning, like, especially, like, the Titan fight. Titan was super duper fun. That's fair. I think as far as the Eden raids go, I think that they're all pretty good. Though that being said, as far as I'm aware, for people who actually do raiding in FF14, like, the actual, like, basic raids tend to be pretty fun. I did enjoy the the first Alliance raid from Shadowbringers as well. But it also wasn't like too hard. That was kind of like my standard, was like, I need this to be, oh my gosh. Oh, we don't have a portal like anywhere nearby too. Yeah, the near raids. I wasn't overly fond of the second one, but I also never took the time to learn it, so. Okay, so that was just a big derp on my part. I really was not. That was execution error. That was really bad. Okay, so I guess the way that we're doing this is we're going to eat food, come through this portal, and try to spire hop over here. I hate heavy armor in this game. That movement speed penalty is super brutal. I should be popping Rathatos tonics like every time they run out. I don't know. I'm being bad. Chat, don't let me multitask. I mean, it's not actually that bad. Like, you know, I'm just talking or whatever, but I'm not thinking about what I'm doing enough, probably. Yes, the Lightfoot tonic and the Rathatos tonic do-stack, because they do different things. I don't have any of the Lightfoots cooked up though, but I haven't really felt the need to make them because we have the Feather Cape, and we actually don't have that many mage caps, but I don't think that the jumping is too important here. I'm gonna make another lingering health mead though, because I kind of want to just use one here. For jumping, yeah. I mean, we're not like jumping a ton, so I don't think that's really like necessary. But like, it's not like it's not like it's bad. We need to go to Ashlands portal. Honestly though, like these like starred warriors are kicking my butt this run, like really badly. I feel like half of my deaths here in the Ashlands have been to warriors. It's like there was like boat troubles in Bone Maw, so like there was that one time where we got cooked. The one time we got one shot by the 2-star warrior. Honestly, I'm pretty sure that another 1-star warrior also kind of double tapped us a couple of times, like once or twice, and then the 1-star warrior double tapped us. Oh yeah, now there's marksman. Like where? Really? He sniped me through the trees? I thought I was in the clear. I thought I was good. I hate this biome so much. Yeah, I don't find the Ashlands to be fun. I don't think that it's a bad biome, but it's not fun for me personally. Yeah, most predominantly mob density. Like I don't think that it's a bad design. Like overall, like the Ashlands is designed fairly well for especially the intended purpose of it being like a difficult endgame biome. Like they nailed that, but a lot of it becomes so tedious, I feel like, that it's like part of the difficulty isn't actual difficulty. It's like literally just being swarmed by mobs all the time is like being worn down on like your stamina bar, like being constantly harassed, not being able to actually like explore and look around without just constantly fighting is not fun for me. Yeah. The Mistlands is definitely very sparse, but and it kind of needs to be because of the way that they designed it to be like you're spending so much of your time like running around and like climbing mountains, right? Like the terrain is really honestly kind of awful. Yeah, like so the terrain being the way that it is, it doesn't really, support like having lots of mobs and fighting like almost at all. But then you get to the dungeons, right? And it's like, okay, they're kind of dense, but like you have like rooms that are blocked off, so it's like you can pace yourself. Yeah, so they kind of like went from like one extreme to the other, which is like, all right, here, have a lot of trouble with like terrain and like no mobs, and the mobs when you fight them like are kind of tough if you don't know how to how to fight them. And then it's, oh, okay, well here, just fight mobs 24/7. Do literally nothing except fight mobs. And honestly, I kind of hate that. Okay, yeah, so we need to go this way, and I need to figure out how to spire hop without getting cooked. It might be, yeah. Very possible that it's kind of more intended to favor groups, which as a solo player makes me kind of sad. Okay, well. Whoop. Oh, thank goodness that land was so high up over there. I mean, honestly, if the land wasn't high up over there, we would have been through here on a ship a long time ago. So I guess it, you know, bit me in the butt once and then saved me on the second go around. Yeah, D3 is its own beast. It's kind of a, yep, all right, grind, and then go grind. Which is kind of the nature of Diablo games anyways, right? It's literally like, oh yeah, go fight things and fight things to get drops so that you can get stronger to fight more things. Ah, yeah, true. I always, I mean, outside of playing with my friends, I always played solo, so like, kind of wasn't too different for me per se. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like, it definitely wants you to like be in a group, get like that extra, you know, gold find and drop chance, loot chance. So it's like when me and my buddies were like sometimes playing, it's like, oh yeah, start a new character, get to like T2 or whatever, and then it's like, okay, time to grind for like the Royal Ring of Grandeur. Alright, I guess we're joining some random party so that all four of us can do bounties. So it's like literally just, yep, go join a party only to go run bounties by yourself. Yeah, bounty farming was pretty awful. What the heck? Where was this guy? Where were you when I needed you, Dwarf? I hope that warrior kills you. But not really. I mean, better you than me, but man, that's a little frustrating. I don't know how much extra time that wastes, like, because I had to deal with that warrior and then just being a derp. I am a derp. That is the long and short of it. But yeah. I kind of blame myself too for like not taking out these spawners when I was running past, but like I don't want to be here. I'm sick of this biome. It gets worse every time that I get here too. Every single one of these runs, like, we haven't had like the worst time in the Ashlands per se, but I just don't. I don't know. Like, the more I'm here, the less I want to be here. Motor's not too bad, honestly. Like, even melee motor's not too bad. Unless you mean Fader. Although Fader's not off. Fader's not horrible either. He is tedious. But then again, you know, like, that's kind of the bosses in this game, is they have like 2 or 3 attacks, and you learn those attacks, you learn how to deal with those attacks, and then it's the tedium of rinsing and repeating your game strategy for like a half hour. Yeah, Fader has a lot going on. It's a lot less than you might think, per se. Like, it's a lot less than it looks. But Fader does have a bit going on, for sure. And he can be a little bit of a pain. I have no idea if that is a good enough spot for our ship, but that's what we're working with, so... Oh dear. Vulture. I haven't played any of the Souls games, but I have played Elden Ring, yeah. Kind of funny, we were actually talking about that earlier. Okay, this looks bad. Yeah, so I haven't played that many like Souls-like games just in general. My first one ever was the original Lords of the Fallen, the 2014 version, back on like the PS4 and stuff. So Elden Ring was kind of like my introduction to like the style of playing like a Souls game, basically, which was an interesting experience to say the least. With kind of my limited knowledge of kind of like I actually watch a surprising amount of Elden Ring content from MSchmoecker mostly. So that's like no hit runs and stuff like that. So I get to see kind of like part of the bosses, but not really like the full boss fights. I feel like Valheim might have some inspiration from those types of bosses, but I don't know exactly how they would like copy them, or like I don't know like kind of what else they could get from those boss styles to like incorporate into their own game. Like I don't think that the bosses are necessarily bad the way they are right now per se. Their replayability is a little meh. Like the bosses definitely do get to the point where it's mostly very repetitive fights, which I suppose is a little bit of an issue. But in a sense, like that consistency and the regularity probably helps for certain things like speedrunners and stuff like that. Makes it a lot less like RNG, but yeah, I don't know. I do think for sure that it's like they could use a little bit of extra spice, I think, but I don't want them to turn into Fader, because like Fader's thing is kind of like, oh yeah, do a bunch of summons and then like make you guide Fader's attacks into the summons to kill them. Otherwise you have to deal with summons. Like extra things just being summoned to a fight doesn't make the fight more interesting, right? Like it just makes it more obnoxious. Yeah, no, Yag is a problem. I actually don't think that Yagluth is designed very well. Like of the bosses, Yag probably would be like my least. Like I would probably consider him to be the worst design out of all of them. And for exactly like what you said, like being melee against Yagluth is a nightmare. But part of the reason for that is because of the lack of attack windows, right? Like, the main issue is that there's no time in between his attacks. It's literally just you're running and running and running and nothing else, which is boring. Like, as far as a game design, it's just boring and stupid. Honestly, Fader isn't too far off, like honestly, but it's a little bit better. To an extent, yeah. I mean, honestly, Yag is still really stupid and annoying, even in a group. Like, realistically. Just because the AoEs are ginormous. So... I haven't fought Yag in a really long time in a multiplayer group, but I do remember it still being kind of an issue. But yeah, it feels like, honestly, the best way to kind of deal with Yagluth is like cheesing him and not actually doing the fight. A lot of what I've been doing with like the melee runs is, you know, like when we have the Ratatosk tonic, we just pop the Ratatosk tonic and literally just like run behind him like the entire time, so he just doesn't do attacks. But it's, you know, that doesn't make it a good fight, right? Especially like when it's kind of based, like the strategy is heavily based on like an item that depends on you finding like the Bog Witch to actually get. Fair. Yeah, finding the Bog Witch is a thing. I wouldn't say that it's absolutely necessary, but it definitely is helpful. What kind of like Haldor, except that I kind of put a little bit more weight on Haldor. Like, I think that Haldor is far more important to find than the Bog Witch, but that's because the megging, like, because of the lack of ways to carry more things or deal with like weight, like it's literally just Megging Yort. That's like our only backpack slash weight extension, which kind of makes it almost like, especially because it kind of feels like a lot of things are designed around it. Like it feels necessary. Especially like when we're, you know, like once you get towards the late game, and it's like, okay, I need to grab like a, you know, like 10 wood for a workbench. I need to grab like portal mats to go put a portal down, and then like you're carrying, you know, the materials for either a longship or the Drakkar. Like that's literally your entire backpack. Like outside of your gear, like that's your entire backpack. You can't carry anything else. And like you're over encumbered at that point if you don't have Megging Yort. It's so silly. Multiplayer mule. Yeah, one person gets to carry the portal, one person gets to carry the ship, person gets to carry pick up random things. Hashtag solo player problems. Alright, there we go. All this portal business is getting all wonky because I keep picking up the portal and moving it and stuff. Alright, this island, for sure. Let's find it. Let's find the second fort, and let's find Fader and get this over with. Whew. Alright. Got a lot of lava. That's the first sign. Lava fields equals good chance at a fortress. I should probably leave the portal too, honestly. I think I've died more times today than the whole rest of the run. That's a lot of lava field. Although I think I kind of saw trees over on that side, so hoping that there's a fortress out there somewhere. Yeah, let's go ahead and leave our portal here. Just in case. There's not really a reason to carry it around with us anyways, honestly. Like, until we clear a fort or something, we really don't need to carry it with us. Alright, so let's start going out this way. That's actually a lot of lava field. It makes me think that there's maybe a fort out there. Hoping, at least. I feel like at this point, all I've really done in the Ashlands is run around looking for a fortress and the boss and fighting. That's all I've done. And that's all there is to do. Like that we basically completed this biome, and that's all we've done. I feel like that's maybe kind of my gripe with the end game here is like outside of it just being grindy to like just doing these things over and over again, there's not like a whole lot to look forward to towards the end of the game. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being like spoiled or something. Like it's like, ugh, okay, I'm gonna get like a weapon and then like the boss keys and like that's all there is to it. I don't know. There's a fortress. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Though, honestly, I don't really have a gripe with, like, I think that the dungeons are fine. Honestly, if anything, I kind of wish that there were more of them, honestly. Like, I guess at this point, like, it's like, I kind of wish that they would just kind of add a dungeon into, like, every biome that doesn't have one already. I mean, like, there kind of are, right? Like, the Ashlands here has the Morgan Caves, although realistically it's just a go in, kill a Morgan, loot stuff, which is really boring. I don't even know why they have different layouts, honestly. But something a little bit more involved like frost caves, burial chambers, crypts would make a lot of sense. Honestly, it would be probably a better place to put extra stuff like we get, you know, flametal ore from the we get flametal ore from the crates inside of the fortress, and I guess the fortress kind of counts. It kind of counts as a dungeon, right? I don't know. It's like literally just like go in and do the same thing that you're doing in the whole rest of the biome. Like go in there, blow up spawners and fight shit. Yeah, I wish there was a... I mean, the Frost Caves technically got a mini-boss with the Hilder update, right? But, like, I kind of wish they had, like, an actual, like, secondary boss that, you know, you could find a vested... Oh my gosh. I am having the absolute worst time with these one-star warriors. No stamina. Getting stuck on rocks. But honestly, it's like they added in cultists and these werewolves. Where's my werewolf boss? Outside of just the reskinned cultist that does frost damage instead of fire damage. Where's like my actual boss with its unique moveset and like mechanics? Yeah, it is early access game. That is also a consideration. I can't be like... I mean, I'm not really mad at them in the first place, realistically. I just find things to complain about because I've played this game for so long. I could just as easily, like, say, like, a million things that I love about this game anyways, so... I think I'm just frustrated because the Ashlands. I don't want to be here. And I've died a bunch of times and done a bunch of backtracking, and we're literally at the point where it's like my least favorite part of this game is just run around, look for the thing, kill everything in your path, because otherwise it's gonna kill you while you're running away. Or running past. Not fun. Yeah. And I have full faith and belief that the more stuff is coming. Like outside of the Deep North, like it'll be really good once they start doing like, you know, 1 point whatever updates, and more than likely adding mini bosses to each biome, probably touching up the ocean. I'm still holding on to that hope that they take the ocean, add a bunch of stuff to it, cuz like it's been so barren. They said in their original roadmap that they wanted to, like, you know, update the ocean biome, and all they've done so far is add fish and lower sea serpent spawns. That's not an update, not really. Nah, I mean, like, realistically, like, the fact that we've basically gotten a biome update like every couple of years since the game launched into early access, and then especially because I think that they got set back from their original roadmap because of, you know, like COVID stuff and etc. etc. I mean, the pacing of updates has been like fairly good, and the updates themselves have been very good. What's up, Goon Squad Nate? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm doing alright. Having a little bit of some difficulties with the Ashlands. A little bit, but otherwise pretty good. We're just, you know, chit-chatting, doing some griping about the game, and it's not enough stuff for such a good game, something like that. We're not really griping that much, maybe a little bit. Oh, I see. Well, I'm actually kind of at the end of the game, so. But yeah, if you like, you know, the sandbox survival craft type games, and, you know, Viking style aesthetics, Valheim is definitely a contender for one of the best out there. 100%. Also, I completely forgot the reason why I came back here in the first place. I need to grab wood so we can get it into the fortress. I don't need to take a portal with me, so I think I'll just take like 40 wood and call it good. That should be more than enough. Could also theoretically take ash wood if I was more worried about things catching on fire, but eh. Literally just here, 2 seconds ago. No 1-star warrior. Go back home for 2 seconds. Warrior. I hate the spawn rates in this biome. I hate them so much. Alright, alright. That's enough being a grumpy Gary, I guess. I'll stop complaining about the nonsense. Alright, we have bone mass. We're ready to go. We have almost 4 minutes left on our speed tonic. And we have fire resistance meads that I need to not forget to activate. Let's try to do this thing. We also made something angry with us. I'm not sure what. Huh. There are actually dwarves here, and it is active. Alright, cool. And there's a 1-star rogue. Good to know. Alright, so if we get into a lot of trouble, we head to the dwarf building and let them take care of stuff. Whew. Alright. Where's the best place to build in from? I guess here is fine. Nothing on the ground level. Okay. Okay. Here is not the business. Never mind. Aw, come on. Valkyrie, really? Right now? Getting the spikes. Yeah, getting those spikes. I haven't decided yet. I was going to take a small break from the weapon runs though. I want to poke at a few other mods. At the very least, just to kind of check them out and stuff. In particular, there's like a set. So there's these mods done by a particular user whose name I can't remember at the moment, but it's like Solaris or something like that. And the mods in particular are called, they're all like ready to die and then like a thing that they affect. So it's like ready to die biomes, ready to die like monsters, ready to die items. But they're basically a bunch of like kind of overhaul mods and stuff, or like just additions to the game. And they looked kind of cool, so I wanted to check them out. And okay, yeah, we need to bail. Goodness gracious, there's so much crap there. I think that like all of the ballistas are in like a weird spot too, where they're all like aimed inside and outside. So it's like that's why we had like some trouble with one of them shooting us as we went in. And then on top of that, like, the ballistas are hitting us, like, while we're inside, too. And then there's just so many mobs because of the warlocks. Mob City. Ready to Die MMO is one of them. Major 420 I don't think is the user though. Unless maybe it's possible that they were originally uploaded to like Nexus mods or something. And then like re-uploaded by somebody else to Thunderstore. But yeah, there's like ready to die biomes, ready to die oceans, or RTD. Yeah, if it's just ready to die, you might want to look for RTD instead. So it's like RTD, which stands for ready to die, but it's RTD items, oceans, biomes, a bunch of other stuff. So I kind of just like put them all in a I kind of just put them all together in like a singular you know, R2 Modman profile, and I want to check them out and see what they're about. Smooth brain mods. Oh my gosh. Let me link the page. I have it. Have it bookmarked. There are so many mods. Soloridus. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce this. But yeah, that's the user that uploaded them on the Thunderstore, I guess. Come on, the spikes. The spikes are causing problems. Alright, get me back in here. Yeah, we still got 4 minutes on our fire resistance. Welcome to the hell of hell. Getting real sick of these ballistas too. Of course, this fortress had all 4 ballistas. That makes some sense. Oh, yep, that ballista is still shooting us. Got it, okay. Need to take care of these warlocks. They are annoying. Oh gosh, please don't die. I have died too many times today. Ow. Another 1-starred warrior, because why not? The warriors have been the bane. They have been my epic bane. Ah, I see. Yes, push the marksman out. I'm okay with the marksman coming out now. I am not actually sure. I've had that like pop up on like my recommended feed before, but I've never actually looked into it really. And then yeah, like the last time that I saw it, it was like, oh yeah, like this was last worked on like 3 years ago or something. So I'm guessing that they just like an update probably came out and they just stopped doing like whatever they were doing. Not really sure though. I mean I could be totally wrong even, like I'm not really sure. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna drop all of the junk we don't need here in this corner, which is like everything. I feel like I've said that before. Dakar. Last upload was a year ago. I see. It's also possible that maybe like the you know, it wasn't like a cease and desist, but when Iron Gate was like, hey, modding community, it's cool if you guys keep like modding, but like stop making people pay for it. It's possible that like some of, you know, modders and whatever kind of fell off after that point, and then yeah, things kind of potentially all slowed down. Oh, I don't know for sure, but like I feel like that was a thing at the very least. Like just in general with the modding community, I feel like things kind of like slowed down a lot. Along with just the game kind of being like slowing down on like their updates from like when they initially launched. Like the modding community was like super active like when the game first came out, like for like the first year. Like you couldn't go a day without like the Nexus mods like front page being like, here's like 30 new mods, you know. But you know, things kind of slowed down for a while after that, and then obviously it became enough of an issue that modders were charging like for their mods that you know, Iron Gate literally decided to say something. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if a bunch of modders were like, oh well, I can't make money off of this anymore, so yeah, I'm out. But that's me making assumptions, so like don't, you know, don't really take that with like a lot of fact or anything. Except for like, you know, the Iron Gate coming out and saying like, hey modders, stop charging for mods. That was the thing that happened. I didn't yeah, that was the thing that happened. The you mean the RPG guys? Or the turning Valheim into an RPG guys? Oh, that's cool. We are having some difficulties finding the spot. Oh, you know what? Oh, there we go. Yep, I just needed to aim down a little bit. That's what it was. I see. That, I think, might have been a little bit of a difficulty from the mod that we're using for like aiming up. Oh dear. Okay. Got myself stuck. A little stuck. Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't either. Oh, wait, no, yeah, that's good. He's like right there. Okay, so he's on this island. And this bell fragment should be the last bell fragment we need. Okay, okay. The run is live! Is what I would say if this were a speedrun. Oh wow, we got like the maximum bell fragments like both times. That's wild. I don't need like anything here. Except the flametal. Get me out of this cave, 'cause it's nothing but a gladiator grave. And if I stick to the plan, I think I'll turn into a lava man. Oh wow, I can like exactly carry all of this. Nice. How much do these weigh? 3 each? Oh no, 0.5 each. Alright, how much more flametal do we have here though? 19... 19, okay. Alright, so at this point, we should just wait the minute and a half for it to turn back into daytime. I also need to take a quick bio break, guys, so just kind of give me a couple of minutes, yeah. But after that, we're going to head home, start smelting the last of our flametal, check for the last of our upgrades, craft the last bell that we need. Then we're going to head right over to the boss arena and try to finish this up. But yeah, give me just a couple minutes, I'll be right back, guys. Nope. Alright, we are back. We are ready to do this thing. Sort of ready to do this thing. We're ready to listen to this blob killing itself on spikes. I guess I can take another sip of soup. The remnants of my lunch. Tasty, delicious curry ramen. Wait, did it just explode? Huh. Yeah, the bouncing blob did in fact explode. I'm guessing that it bumped into the spikes enough and lost all its HP and just died. Alright, anyways, we need to go this way, right? Yep. Geronimo! I gotta figure out a good way to do a new game plus, cause like, I want to build a base out of Grouston and Ashwood. I just don't have a reason to do it by the time that we get to the end of the game. And I don't exactly want to do just like straight up like free build mode. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You guys have any ideas of a good way to do like a new game plus type thing without like doing just straight up like, you know, free build mode? Let me know. You guys know of any mods or something? Our doggos are going wild from the sounds of it. This warrior's having a hard time. Mod packs that expand and have added biomes. Right on, Darren. Do you happen to know the names of them off the top of your head? I'd love for you to share them with us. I was actually just talking about how I'm going to be trying out a mod pack I'm putting together from some mods that are called like RTD or Ready to Die, and they have like a bunch of different things. One of them is RTD biomes, and I've never tried it before, but it looks really cool. So but I am a fan of mods that add new things to the game. Right on. Yeah, we actually used fire and ice in a couple of these weapon runs that I've been doing. I ended up taking it out because it felt we'd get to the end of the biome, and then we'd get to the end of the game, get up to the deep north, and then it was like a lot of fighting to get the mats, and then literally like just straight hours of me like running around looking for like the boss runes and arenas. which felt it got a little dull after like the third time of doing it. But yeah, that's a very good mod. I'm excited for RTD Oceans, in particular. Wanted to try that one out, so. I'm supposed to put these in here. RTD Oceans is tough. Fair. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but tough is fair. Do you need like the diving mod or anything for that to work, or does it add diving itself? Or like does it like modify swimming itself? That was something that I was like curious about, but there wasn't anything about it on the mod page. You need diving? Okay. Good to know. Thank you. That saves me the trouble of having to try to figure it out myself. Oh, that sounds awesome. I feel like that is also kind of one of the things that this game lacks is like actually interesting POIs. You get lots of like little things like here and there, like little structures and stuff, but it kind of feels like they're not really useful for anything. They're just kind of there for like visual appeal. Grapes. Warpalicious POI packs are great. Right on. I will make a note of that and look into that. Ah, I see. That's cool. I am a fan of making the world a little bit more expansive and stuff like that. So that sounds very, very interesting. Alright, 31 Flametal. We can do a couple upgrades right now. Testing a 125 mod server. That's a lot of mods. Right on though. Yeah, I've thought about kind of checking out some of like the more popular like mod packs that have like, you know, a couple hundred mods on them on Thunderstore. Just not, I don't know, it's like a kind of feels like a yes, I was just kind of like wading into the water, and then it's like, all right, here we go, deep dive down into the deep dark chasm. It's a little daunting. At what point is it too many mods? When your computer starts crashing. About 165 mods, the cap. Good to know. It might be. I've played modded Skyrim before. I don't really remember much of it, to be honest. I just remember playing modded modded Skyrim. Like, I know that I've done it, I just don't remember what I did. It's been a long time since I played Skyrim. I have a few hundred hours in that game, though. Very fun game. All day, every day. Alright, let's go ahead and keep pumping out this metal. We'll go run back to the, we'll go run back to the fortress real quick and grab the other 19 that we left behind. We can also move the oh wait, no. You know what? The portal is fine where it is. The portal's fine where it is, because the portal where it currently is closer to the boss anyways, so... We might look into moving it a little bit closer to the boss arena, but... maybe a little bit closer. So it is a little bit of a run, so we'll look for something kind of in between-ish that might be safe for our portal. In the off chance that we, well, I guess at this point it's not really an off chance, right? Since these warriors keep killing me, but, you know, if we kick the bucket, then we'll need to be able to get back there. You know, I guess technically could also try to bait this warrior over to the dwarf encampment, see if he'll maybe take care of them for us. Because there might be some metal ore in these boxes too. I'm gonna bait an attack out from him so he doesn't reset. Hi guys, I definitely didn't bring something in here to try to kill you. Couldn't be me. Really? He's like that stuck on me. I'm about to say, like, he's gonna like, is he literally just gonna ignore the rest of the dwarves and just go only after me? I guess that's dedication. Ooh, where's an Askman when you need one? Oh, what do you know? There's some Askmen. Hey, I'm trying to get in there. Here, buddy. Oh, come on. How they go around the ward, like don't even touch the ward and just like murk me instead. Brutal. That's what you get. You're on fire now. Okay, I think that a dwarf is still alive, because they're fighting something. Oh, the rogue's winning. And this is why I didn't attack anything. Yet. Alright, come on, there's like 2 spawners nearby. That's not how they get in there. You absorb the butterflies into your stomach through osmosis. that was some lag. I don't know what the heck that word means, but I didn't say that word, so I don't know why you would think that it has anything to do with anything. Silly ghost. Alright, pretty sure all the doors are dead at this point. I'm going for it. It's a rough world out there. I think that you're listening to the wrong music. Alright, let's turn off auto pickup here, because there is so much going on right now. Okay. And nothing else matters. Oh wait, there's still a warlock alive? Oh, I might be dead. Oh my gosh, I have no stamina. I didn't know that a warlock got pushed outside and got left behind. That's annoying, honestly. Okay. Forget this. Alright, we got what we came for. Let's never come back here again. is what I would like to say about the Ashlands, honestly, but yeah. The Ashlands will be visited once again someday in the future. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, someday. After version 1.0 is released with the Deep North. At the latest. Because honestly, I mean, probably gonna do a few more weapon runs before that launches, so we'll be back. Unfortunately. Please tell me that's a blob, not a Morgan. Thank you. I'm totally fine with this being a blob. Blobs are easy to deal with. You just dodge roll. For the most part. As long as they don't, like, jump over you and explode. That's when blobs make you sad. Especially when you have the feather cape, and, you know, they deal double damage to you. When we had no stamina there, like, we came around the corner, there was a warlock, and, like, the 1-star warrior, I was like, oh man, the spire is gonna hit me, take, like, half my health, and the 1-star warrior is just gonna finish me off, but... Nope. We made it out alive. I am really having a rough day with those warriors, though. So bad. Alright, let's make some pie. You're out of grapes. I guess probably because I stopped picking them up. I wasn't really thinking about it. That's okay though. This should be more than enough food. And then mashed meats. Honestly, at this point, it's gonna make a whole bunch, but we're gonna leave some of this here and take some of it with us. So that way, if we die, we can just, you know, eat our food here back at the base. Yeah, I don't feel tanky. Like, even though we have 115 armor, like, we're in heavy armor. I don't feel tanky. Then again, I guess, you know, like, we haven't really upgraded our armor, so there's that. But, like, I don't know. We are, like, taking... We take many hits, but, like, it doesn't feel like we're taking them very well. I don't know if that's just me or what. But then on top of, like, being omega slow, doesn't feel great. Okay, 55, 85, plus another 20. It's 105 full metal in total. It sounds like the creature level and loot control. I remember playing with that mod back before world modifiers were a thing, and I was like, this game's too easy. I want it to be harder. Oh look, there's a 2-star boar at spawn. Oh look, I got one shot. Alright, I'll fight Eikthyr. He's a punk. Oh, 1-star Eikthyr. He one-shot me. Oh, whoops. What have I done? That's wild. That is cranking the difficulty up to 11 for sure. Sounds kind of fun. Sounds also potentially super frustrating, but also kind of fun. I see. That makes sense. I don't think I ever played CLLC with a group though. I think I've only done that solo. Don't remember how far that run went, honestly. I spent a lot of time building this really, really cool, well, maybe cool, kind of a goofy base. I built it in the meadows. I built it with structural integrity off. And I built it so, like, it had several layers. And it went up over an oak tree. And it was, like, so high that, like, my top floor before the roof was catching snow. And that was when I learned that, you know, your elevation level is what affects whether you get snow or not. You don't have to be in the mountains. Alright, so first and foremost, let's build this sledge that we may or may not really use, but we have it, we're making it. Yeah, building's a lot of fun. Alright, let's do our armor first, because I think our armor needs a little bit of refined ether. It looks like we're gonna have enough metal to just do level 2s on everything, but not much else. So, good to know. 16, we'll be able to level up like one more thing after that, probably. Catching coal, catching coal. I have mixed feelings about puzzle dungeons, but that does sound particularly awesome. These are available on Thunderstore, yeah? I have to make sure, like, ever since I swapped over to the R2 Modman and Thunderstore, like, I just never looked back at Nexus mods. Yep, okay, cool. Awesome, thank you. That sounds exciting, honestly. Hey, that's what's up. It's really funny too, because I actually, like, just thought about Willybox HD mod, like, last week. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go visit the page and see, like, what's up, because I can't find it on Thunderstore, right? But I guess now it has a mod dependency on it, like some other, like, HD, like, texture mod or something like that. So I was like, that's kind of saddening, so I guess I'll just continue to leave it alone. Tis a shame, because the Willybox texture pack is awesome. It makes this game look very nice. Couldn't think of how to phrase that. But very nice. Yeah, it's not really a reason to upgrade the Demolisher to level 3, so I guess we won't. Yeah, because we have the metal sledgehammer. Which we probably honestly won't be using too much against Fader, if I'm being honest. Frostner's actually not probably that great against Fader either, though, honestly. I guess maybe it... Oh, I kind of already used all the materials, huh? Maybe I should have made the one-handed dwarven mace thing. the Dwarven Mallet. Yeah, we're out of refined ether for that. 105 blunts is a little bit better than like 82 blunt slash frost damage. I guess not like a ton though. Well, I mean 20 points. That's actually quite a bit. You know what though? We can go get more refined ether really easily. We have the materials for it. And we're kind of wasting a little bit of time anyways while we wait for the metal to smelt down. Though I guess that we can also spend the rest of the day going over to find a new spot for our portal and to do the initial clear before we sleep. Try to do another clear of the area and then take on Fader. Fader, fodder, fads. Alright, that is all the metal in there, so we don't have to babysit that anymore, at the very least. Alright, what is out here? Where is it? What does it want? I hear grayling, pretty sure it's a grayling. I don't see grayling. Oi! Grayling! Where are you at and what do you want? There he is. Stop. What is it with enemies and harassing bees? He went flying all the way over there. What is that knockback? And that's why I love mods. Something like that. That was kind of impressive, honestly. I'm actually gonna leave half of these here and half of these here, just in case. And honestly, at this point, I'm just gonna... I'm sure that the one refined ether has popped out by now, right? Thinking of home runs got me thinking of Smash Brothers Melee. The home run challenge. I remember trying for so many hours to like get even like a little itty bitty tiny bit extra distance with like Yoshi doing like the short hop down air, so it's just kicking his little feet at the thing, and then right before time runs out, grab the baseball bat, turn around, and bah! Then I'm pretty sure that I've saw like videos of other people doing home run stuff on I didn't change it. Doing like doing like super optimized, like super crazy strategies for like thousands upon thousands of distance, and I was like, yeah, I can't do that. I thought I was cool for like 2 seconds. Yeah, I know that feel. Melee was hard. Melee was very difficult. Alright, we need to not die because our portal is in our pocket. Yeah, the technical prowess that you need for execution in that game is insane. Yeah, same. I used to play Street Fighter a lot with my friends, like right when I was out of high school. So like them trying to explain frames and stuff to me, I never really quite got it. Hey, Frangel. I'm just using OBS. Like just like regular OBS, not like Streamlabs or anything like that. Also gave me a really big appreciation for people who can actually just play the OG Darkstalkers game. Like, the OG Darkstalkers fighting game. Because I tried to do, like, literally just, like, the practice, like, tutorial stuff, and it was just like, here you go. Here's this, like, super dash, jab, jab, like, one frame link combo that you have to do. And I was like, wait, this is, like, basics? I can't even do this, like... I just can't do this. They released like a ported version of the Darkstalkers game. Gosh, that was so long ago at this point, though. Oh, come on. I'm gonna die. And my foods are about to run out. Like, at the worst possible time. I think it's that. Whoa. So the original Darkstalkers game, I think, was on, like, maybe like the Super Famicom or something like that. But then they released like they like reported it to like the PS3 or something like that. And that was after Street Fighter 4 had released and before Street Fighter 5. My uploading speed and bitrate. That is a good question. I'm not actually sure, to be honest. That's a lot of the technical stuff that I never actually quite got into, if I'm being honest, Prangel. Though my like my actual internet speed, uploading speed is really, really high. And I think it's like close to like a gig. If this kbps is my kilobytes per second, though, and if that's my upload speed, presumably, then it's right over like 6K. Not sure if that helps. We have a really good fiber optic network where I live. Oh, that's Blub. Everyone's trying to be my enemy. That's possible. We also have like a... It's not like one of like the big service providers. They like they opened up in my area like a while after we moved out here. I think like 7 or 8 years ago at this point. So they're kind of, I don't think that they're like a super big provider. It's not like Spectrum or anything like that. I had never heard of them before, so. And I still don't think I've ever actually heard somebody talk about race communications, to be honest. That's fair. Okay, we are a little too close to the boss arena for comfort, for me to put my portal down at least. Yeah, I've heard of people having issues with stuff like that before. Thankfully, we don't really have anything like that. Like, our connectivity is actually really good. We got blocked by the tree there. Okay, so I think I want to put the portal kind of on this rock out here. It seems like the best spot for right now. Pretty easy access. If I die, don't have to worry about too much. Yeah, right up here. Seems good. And I guess we're not doing an initial sweep right now, but whatever. Oofers. I didn't even know that you could still get DSL service in 2020. That's insane. Thought that stuff, you know, phased out in like before 2010. Yikers. That's something. Oh, I'm silly. There's a flametal mace. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Okay, so the question is do we want to go green? You always go green, right? Always go green. We need one more flametal to upgrade this, but then we also need like the level 5 upgrade, which I don't think we can get to without using up all the flametal that we would need otherwise. Alright, fair enough. Is there anything in flametal that I've made that I could blow up? I don't think so. Alright, well, we'll just do it live. Time to mine more. I don't I don't feel like it, not for just like a little tiny bit of extra damage and durability. I think we're okay. Keyword being think. We might not be. Honestly, but we'll try. I mean, honestly, most of the fight is going to come down a lot to like execution and stuff. It's not really going to be me eking out a little bit of extra damage from my weapon, but maybe if it like increased the odds of the like the proc for the immobilization effect, but pretty sure that it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Also, technically, our Black Forge isn't supposed to be level 5. I think that, I think one of these is, modded, but... Wait, no, because if it were modded, it wouldn't be in that menu, right? Not only that, but I mean... For it to be level 4, in order to even craft this in the first place? Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember, honestly. Okay, so we're gonna go do a sweep around the area first before we summon Fader, make sure that we clear out all the mobs and stuff. I think that we are as upgraded as we can be. Just don't bother the bees. People always trying to mess with the bees, right? Always trying to get the honey. But yeah, I think that we're as upgraded as we can be for anything that actually matters. Oh, you know what? I could do a different cape actually. Do we need a different cape? I don't know if we need a different cape. I'm not sure how much the jump actually affects. We have all these other cool capes from a mod. We only really got to use one, and like only like halfway through the run, and then we got to the mountains and we had to swap back to vanilla stuff. Which is probably for the best anyways, but I don't know. DragoonCapes is a pretty cool mod. Oh, we have just enough metal for the Ashen Cape, so we can be a little tankier. Which might be a little bit better than jump speed. Yeah, sure. Why not? This has attack stamina usage, like, reduction on it too, which is actually kind of nice for how heavy we are on stamina for, like, our attacks. I don't really have a good place to put this cape, so... Oh wait, you know what? Where's our gear chests? There's our boar cape. So we'll swap that and we'll put the boar cape, our OG DragoonCapes cape, put that on our armor stand. Yeah, seems good. Alright, we need to just grab our meads is the last thing, and then we're gonna head out. See what the area around Fader's arena looks like, and probably summon him up. Potentially smack him around a little bit. Let's take 3 of these. No, I mean, the fight shouldn't last that long, I don't think. Those are the 10-minute ones, these are 5-minute ones. Make sure our trusty HipLantern is still with us. It's been with us since the very beginning. It deserves to be with us at the end. Kind of like a pet. Kinda. You know, I kind of wish we actually had like little pets, but like not like combat pets, just like a little, you know, like imagine like a little dragon or something, just like kind of you know, hovering around you, and then like it has like an effect or something. Like maybe if it's like a little fire dragon, it gives you like a warm aura, so you don't need a resistance to frost item, something like that. I feel like that would be cool. That'd be a cool addition to this game. Makes me wonder if one of the if like one of like the MMO style mods maybe has something like that. I'm also gonna pop a Ratatosk right now because slow. Oh, that's not good. Or maybe it's good. I don't know. We have a lot of we have a lot of lava here. Okay, so we have like not a lot of area to work with, honestly. Minions by Blackstar. Thank you, Darren. I will make a note of that and look into that. Rapples. It sounds vaguely familiar. I think that I've seen like the title screen or whatever, but I've never looked into this one. I think there was a point where me and my friends were looking up MMOs on Steam, more than likely. And this is probably one of the ones that like we kind of breezed past because like it has a really bad rating on Steam. And then let me make a note here. Minions Blackstar. Yeah, apparently it was released in 2006. Okay, what is going on with my audio today? That's never happened before. That's really strange. Alright, at least there's not really like, spawners around here, so we don't have to really worry about that too much. I think. Unless they're hidden behind trees. Yeah, I saw one that's a little ways away, but probably close enough that we want to take it out. That's cool. Kind of sounds like they leaned into like Pokemon slash monster tamer, like kind of mechanics for that. That's cool. Gives it like kind of a sense of accomplishment of like, yeah, I got this really hard to get thing, which, you know, people absolutely love. I remember doing that in like World of Warcraft, looking for like super rare stuff, farming for rare mounts, etc., etc. Oh gosh, the hours spent farming for rare mounts, day after day after day. Yeah, of course. Never been a fan of pay-to-win games. Just in general. I believe in even playing fields myself, so always felt like it kind of goes against the spirit of things, right? Oh, you won because your wallet is heavier. Sus. I mean, most of this arena is gonna get demolished anyways, but yeah, we have not a lot of room to run around. Well, we do, but we're gonna end up going into like the forest and stuff, so that's a thing. Alright, it's like 9 in game. So basically we just stay away from the lava and we should be okay. Hopefully. Alright. I guess we're doing this. I roll to bonk the dragon. Been waiting all stream to say that. I really should have made a shield early on and done a lot of parrying and stuff. Oh, meteors, yeah. Here, fads. I don't even care at all. Oh, did I get the Modlist? Yeah. DPS. DPS. And that's the attack that I wanted the jump height for, but it kind of doesn't matter, so. Should be meteors. Not like too long, but long enough. Long enough that with 1.5 drop rate, like we're done. Like there's nothing else to do really. I'm on fire now. Okay, the bite kind of hurts. I think I got an accidental parry there. I was just trying to dodge roll, honestly. I mean, I guess if he's still just stuck here because of mobilize, right? Look. This is what fire resistance is for. Here comes the lag. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, never mind. It was the wrong fire attack. I thought it was the little fire circle one. Oh, yeah, that one. Oh, that's not good. Alright, things are still up. Ratatosk is 2 minutes. Lingering things are a couple minutes as well. Well, basically 1 minute at this point. Where is your hitbox? Out of curiosity, I just wanted to see the damage. Still kind of seems like the mace is probably the best DPS just because of speed, but not sure. The sledge does a lot of damage with the combo. Ooh. I mean, sure, the boss could take care of all the enemies for me, or I could just delete them. He tried to bite me. You think you're so cute? That being said, yeah. Ooh. Yes. Kind of forgot lingering potions are out. Couldn't roll it in time. Of course. It was like just walking, it got like just not close enough. Ooh, ow, okay. That's a bit of damage. Oh. I do not know the timings on all of his attacks, honestly. Not fought this boss enough, obviously. Hi, Kina. You guys are funny. Okay, yeah, can't take too much more damage here without healing first. Just made it. And then there was... I thought he was summoning, honestly. Oh, there's the summon. Yo, dragon, what are you doing? Breathing fire, apparently. The fact that I have to jump over the middle platform over and over again is actually kind of annoying. It's eating some of my stamina when I do it. Resist is almost out. Oh, my food is out! Does that screw me? No. Okay. I didn't realize. Yikers, this fight has gone on a lot longer than I thought it was, apparently. Or my timers just weren't. I don't know. It's probably all that time that we spent clearing in the beginning. Excuse me, pardon me, coming there. So much micromanagement. Chat, don't let me multitask, okay? Food. I saw it a little late. Oh, hello, Blob. Too late, Darren. I already did it. Alright, Dragon. Stagron is doing a bunch of attacks in a weird order that I don't appreciate, honestly. Alright, there's the swipe. We're clearing out all of his nerds. Barbara? I finally got a DPS phase after 15 years. Yeah, it's I was talking about this earlier, right? It's definitely similar to Yagluth, but it's not as bad. I feel like the DPS windows you can fish for them, and they're a lot more regular than Yag, but yeah. I dodged too soon. He has no hitbox in his face! Yeah, basically. Basically. The long and short of it. I think the second phase makes it kind of... the second phase is definitely a lot worse than the first one. Because it's literally just like... LOL, I summoned. Alright. You can't really do much about it. Alright, I summoned. Now you gotta, run around, take a bunch of damage. You have to, guide some of his attacks into the... This attack in particular is, you guide this into the mobs to kill them. But then, yeah, he can do weird stuff where it's he does that attack first, and then summons again. Okay, breath attack is totally fine. But then he does stuff like this, and you immediately have to just run out. Because the fire damage, even when you have resistance to it, is still too strong. You can't just sit in it and tank it. Ow. Meteors. Hello, enemies. I'm gonna slam here. At least it's something. Oh, fire breath. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Alright, so this will be the window to go in. But of course you summon again. Meteors. does the attack to clear ads and then summons ads, of course. I need to move. Go, 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 go. Almost there. Last little stretch. Which attack is this? This one, okay. This will help clear the ads. Meteors. Hey, I'm on fire, Ricky Bobby. Stop, drop, and roll. And there we have it. Wasn't actually that bad, honestly. But yeah, that's a fight. That is a fight. That's brutal. And yeah, no, Yag does not need summons. Unless he's going to actively not do anything during the summon phase. But yeah, no. Yeah, Yag doesn't need summons. But this is basically Yag with summons. And melee attacks that don't leave a carpet of fire that you can't stand in, like completely surrounding him. Like that's the reason I say that like Fader is similar to Yagluth, except that you can actually make DPS windows. Like it feels at least nice because with Fader, like some of the AoE fire pits are based on like where you stand and how you run, right? Whereas like Yagluth is literally just LOL, I'm dumping this fire pit on top of myself and you can't stand in it, so you can't melee me, you have to run away. I'm going to just slowly waddle out of it, and by the time that I'm out of it, I'm summoning meteors that are gonna, drop on top of you, AoE, do AoE fire, or, just like blast you. Yeah, fire pit and then comet, fire pit and then comet. Yagluth with summons. A few goblin brutes usually. That sounds awful, honestly. But respect there, respect. I feel like Yagluth is either really, really hard or really, really easy. Like, it just depends on which, like, strat you're doing, right? Like, a couple of times for these weapon runs that I've done, it's literally like you can spit, like, if you're fast enough, not wearing heavy armor, and you have access to Rathatos tonics, you can literally just run around behind him and, like, do, like, a singular hit, over and over again, and he'll literally never attack you, and, that's the really easy way. But then it feels like the actual fight against him, like if you do it like air quotes normally or as intended, it literally does feel like he's just constantly spamming fire pit and then like meteors. And you just those meteors do so much damage. So like you kind of have to hide, it feels like you have to hide behind stuff. And then by the time that you like come out from behind stuff, he's just attacking you again. Like there's no attacks in between. It feels like he should have a melee attack of some kind where like at least like you can bait it, roll it, parry it or something, and then attack him, But Elder with summons and healing? I mean, he already has summons, but yeah, healing? No thanks. Hard pass on that. Also, thank you for the congrats, Kina. Alright, and with that... Yeah, you need to dodge everything and eat double stand food. Maybe. It can be a little rough doing it ranged too, because he takes like reduced damage from like both Frost and Pierce, I think. At the very least, he's resistant to Pierce. I don't know about Frost, but Frost being like the strongest arrow type. Yeah, it gets really, really long. Yeah, there you have it. All 7 bosses. We are done with the clubs. I didn't really use that attack much, honestly. I used that attack a lot. I remembered a thing that I told Macro to remind me about. Macro didn't show up for this, so I don't remember what the command is for spawning the super hammer. I just pushed past 2,500 during this run. Right now we are at 2,512.2. Do. Hey, that's not supposed to be up there. Pretty cool looking set. I don't think it's my favorite thus far, but I really like this helmet. I think the helmet's fairly cool. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Keep forgetting where my gear chest is. Alright, so, here is the section where I kind of babble about random stupid nonsense, mostly my kind of thoughts on the run, potentially the base, whatever, and talk about kind of where we're going next. You're nearing 6,800 hours? Damn, that's a lot of hours. That's an impressive amount of hours. But yeah, I really like the variation, the options that we have as far as like actual weapons go. With there being basically 4 different types of clubs, like you get a lot of different ways to approach the game, which is honestly really nice. I never really felt like stuck on a boss or like having to do some like weird stupid strategy, like mostly because I mean most of the bosses really aren't resistant to blunt anyways, so that was good. Main issue with this run, ranged. Y'all are terrible. I hate them. Yeah, that's what I think about that. The not having a ranged option, sus. Always bring a bow. Drakes suck. No, Drakes are fine. Honestly, Drakes are made of paper, so like they're not bad. And honestly, as far as like the flying enemies go with the melees, we did actually do pretty well against Drakes, even with just kind of dealing with like doing AoE explosions and baiting them over terrain. Oh gosh. Motor herself was not a problem, but the motor fight was absolutely atrocious. You can go back and watch it for yourself if you want, but honestly, it we had so many spawns of random things during that fight. Like, I cleared out the entire area. And then I think that we had like 7 or 8 drakes spawn and interrupt that fight. Like 2 or 3 grizzly bears, a couple of wolves. It was a nightmare. It was one of the worst motor fights that I've had thus far, honestly. And motor herself was literally not the issue at all. And honestly, like the ground, the grounded enemies weren't even that bad. It was literally just the drakes, because one of the main things that we had to do with the drakes was bait them over terrain. Here, let me grab a frost-resistant cape. The way that we dealt with drakes this run was just baiting them around terrain and stuff, getting them close enough, and then hitting them with the AoE from our sledges. And I did that during the motor fight 7 or 8 times, and drakes are really, really obnoxious for actually trying to get them into like a good position. Here we go, we have a test subject right here. Hello, Drake. Also, mind you, I'm in leather armor right now and with a Rathatos tonic, so I'm really fast, which helps a lot, but we didn't have any of that during the motor fight. But that's basically what we did. But, you know, like, during the fight, while motor's attacking us, making sure that we're not getting, like, blasted. And also, like, we're doing that in heavy armor, so we're way, way slower. But this was, like, the general technique of how I deal with drakes as melee. Or, like, you can, like, bait them down into, like, here. Something like that. So, like, basically it's you want to run around a piece of terrain and be kind of at a level where they're going to swoop in lower. So then they basically glide, like, right at the top of the terrain, and then you can, like, jump up and attack them. If you have a weapon like knives or claws that are really, really fast, it's not bad. We had a tougher time. Are you on a drake spawn there? I might be. I don't know. I just assume that this whole mountain is a drake spawn, honestly. Like, it was pretty bad. I don't see an S, though. But yeah, with the kind of slower attack speed of, like, the clubs that we were using, it was like, eh. I mean, there's a few random strategies that I personally employ from experience. Like, I did a fist focused. Honestly, I think I did a fist only run, like, casually, like, way before I started this channel. And so, like, while restricting myself like that, for enemies like the drakes, I have to come up with, you know, clever solutions, basically. So that's just kind of dumb stuff that that's happened to me because I inflict because I use these, like, artificial restrictions. But yeah, so yeah, like, and it wasn't like the drakes were all attacking all at once. It was like kind of one at a time. Then motor would come in, we'd run around, dodge. Oh, the terrain for this mountain is absolutely terrible too, by the way. Like, that's her altar down there, and as you can see, like, there's not really a good place that's, like, open or flat. This terrain was atrocious. But basically the way that you deal with motor as melee a lot of the time is you just run sideways to dodge her ice blast in the air. If you get her, like, up on, like, a little bit of terrain or something, you just get, like, under her head, like where her chest is, and you can either dodge roll her attacks or they can just completely whiff, depending. Because she gets really, really glitched out, like, when you're underneath her model, and, like, she kind of, like, ends up, like, wiggling a lot and, like, not knowing what to do. And in some cases, like, you just wait for basically her bite attack, which has a really long cooldown. That's the one that has like the best hitbox close by, but like her wing attacks go out really far from her body. So like if she's like right here, like her wing hitbox ends up hitting like all the way down here or something. So sometimes if you're like kind of stuck here in like that weird middle spot, the wing attack will just miss you completely. And you can just sit there under her and attack her. Which is a lot harder to do in vanilla, I guess, because, you know, with terrain, depending on what your AoEs look like, or like what weapon you're using, etc., etc. But yeah, I've fought Motor a lot like that, where you just kind of get her stuck on something and you're just right underneath her, and then like if she's at a weird angle, sometimes her head hangs low like down here, so then you can just turn backwards. So like her body would be like back here, her head is like over here, and you're just like hitting the head, something like that, if that makes sense. But yeah, honestly, I don't think that the fight would have been that bad if we just hadn't gotten like every creature on the mountain. Oh yeah, I moved my portal into the silver holes. Forgot about that. But yeah, clubs are really strong. Like, they do a lot of damage. Even just the base game clubs are pretty good. Like, honestly, the one-handed maces are really strong one-handed weapons. Pairing them with a shield is really, really good, especially with parrying. Pitting them together with, like, sledges, like, even the base game sledges, just having the option to this AoE slam is really powerful. And yeah, in my opinion, Frostner is the best mace in the game. Nobody can convince me otherwise, but also that's an opinion. Yeah, the frost and slow effect makes so many enemies so much easier to deal with. Not only that, but then like the spirit damage is like where spirit damage is good, it's really good. Yeah, and knockback is, I mean, there's some cases where knockback is bad, where you're like trying to do like a 3-hit combo, but then like you push something back out of your attack range. That always sucks. But when you need space, knockback is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Frostner is great in the Mistlands because of all of the frost damage being really good against all of the enemies there. Yeah, Frostner is just so good. Like, there's a reason why I like leveled it up to level 4 and then was like, yeah, okay, we're just like using this for basically the rest of the game. I think the only reason that we didn't like use Frostner against Fader there is because he's not particularly weak to the damage, and the slow wouldn't really apply to him. And then even though he looks like an undead dragon, he's not and doesn't take spirit damage. So, eh. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, what like playing with different weapon types is definitely the intended way to play and is basically better. These are, you know, basically challenge runs, but that's just me challenging myself to be a little bit better at the game, I think. Albeit, it might seem a little bit cheesy that I use, you know, some mods and stuff, and like some of these modded weapons are honestly really good. I was really impressed with the Battle Hammer in particular, which I don't believe there's any Battle Hammers, or like any Battle Hammers like this in the base game, but the amount of like stagger and damage that this thing does is really, really good. And yeah, I didn't really showcase the AoE very well, honestly, but like the fact that it has an AoE option is really good. We just ended up using the sledge a lot of the time for that, because the sledge is really powerful. Oh gosh. No map on 4 times size world? That's intense. That sounds intense. So yeah, honestly, really impressed with clubs just in general. We never did end up using kind of the Pierce ones, but it's kind of like I talked about, like basically when we had the option to do so, kind of more in like the planes, it was like, oh, I'm getting Frostner, which allows me to have an extra damage type that's not blunt, and because it's frost is really powerful, so I didn't really feel like I needed piercing. The early game pierce blunt ones, I think that we didn't get access to them like early on because we were missing like I think we were missing the trophies or something like that. But the cudgels probably would have been a really good option early on for like helping with like trolls and stuff, but honestly kind of like once we progressed a little bit, we didn't really have trouble with trolls anyways, it just took a long time. The next run, okay. Yeah, so the next weapon run I haven't decided on yet. We have knives, swords, and what is it? It's knives, swords. There's one more thing. I don't remember. Axes. Yeah, knives, swords, axes. That's what we have left. Yeah, I'll figure that out later, honestly, because I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from the weapon runs before we finish those last 3 up. Yeah, I'm looking into playing with the RTD mods. I've never played with any of them before, so I'm kind of just like for the next 3 days, basically I'm taking the weekend off from streaming, so I'm gonna be like fiddling around with the mod pack with those, kind of poking at them, getting a little bit of an idea of like how they work and what other maybe like little quality of life mods I may need, since I don't know all the things that they offer, right? But yeah, so that'll be kind of, so I guess the next run is kind of like an RTD overhaul run, is I guess kind of the theme. Just giving Valheim a new, fresh coat of paint, giving that a try, showcasing some more mods that we haven't looked at before. And RTD is fun. Deep North felt a bit insane. Right on. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for new things. And I hope that you're all excited for new things too. It'll be a lot of fun kind of figuring stuff out and learning a bunch of new stuff, I think. So yeah, I don't know exactly what we'll do on that because, again, I haven't played any of those before, so there's a lot of new things. It'll probably be not a weapon-focused, like, not a specific weapon-focused run, though, so it'll probably be a little bit more kind of, as intended, so we'll see. Thank you so much, Darren. I appreciate that. Also, if you, Darren in particular, like, it sounds like you're pretty familiar with some of these mods, if you have any suggestions that you can think of in like the next few days, if you don't mind, like maybe just coming back and leaving a comment, I'll definitely be looking for that, as I'm kind of, again, poking at the mod pack and figuring out what sounds good and what should be in there. And don't worry, guys, I didn't forget HipLantern. But yeah, I'm in particular excited for the biomes part of of the RTD stuff, because yeah, like looking at like Minecraft and stuff, like just all the different types of biomes and things, and especially looking at some of the like images on the RTD mods, like adding more color and like the trees and stuff. Like I really like aesthetics like that, and just like I like seeing different biomes and the variety and stuff. So that's one of the things I'm particularly excited for. And then yeah, after that, I don't know if we'll return to the weapon runs immediately. We might. It also depends on how long the RTD run, how long that run takes. I'm not sure exactly how it overhauls, what it adds, if it adds new bosses, and how many bosses there are. We'll kind of all figure that out together. Seasonality on top of RTD? I was considering that actually. I've been looking at seasonality for like the past like 2 weeks and being like, that's a juicy looking mod. I like that. I have no idea if they would work together or not though. So that's the main thing that I'm going to be looking for when I'm fiddling with the mod pack is if mods are going to work together or not. It's the compatibility. So yeah, so that'll be the next run, RTD stuff. Again, if you guys have any like suggestions or anything like that, feel free to leave me a comment. I will gladly take all the suggestions. Playing it on your upcoming server with the RTD Ocean. Nice. Yeah, seasonality looks really good. Like, it just, just like the idea of like the feel of different seasons sounds really awesome. Yeah, I don't really think I have too many more final thoughts on the clubs themselves. Just, clubs are good. Use them. Big recommend. Honestly, even just like in my like experience of playing the game in general, just the sledge on its own is really good. When you have like any just normal weapon that you use, whether it's just like a sword or like a spear or something like that, the dangerous spots you can get yourself out of with the sledge is impressive. So adds extra challenge with food. I see. Yeah, I actually watched I recently, like probably about 3 weeks at this point, I think. Was watching a Minecraft 100 Days that actually has like a seasons thing with like weather and stuff like that, and it was like a desert themed thing, and like it looked fun to an extent. It might have been a little that particular mod might have been a little extreme for Minecraft, but yeah, the idea of dealing with the struggles of like the winter and stuff is like, one of the aspects of survival games that are very interesting. And I like ideas of survival things, like extra things like, like wounds and stuff like that, where you need to have like medicine and stuff like that. But it does feel like there needs to be a good balance in between that. And I do appreciate that like Valheim went a lot more simple with it, where it's just like, yeah, take care of your food, watch out for debuffs, and we're light on like the different things. That's one of the things that I really like about Valheim, and it makes it feel so much more like easily accessible and easy to get into. But at the same time, it does kind of, miss out on some of those kind of extra survival aspects. And I at least like the idea of them, to a degree. Some of them get a little intense in some games, but, it is what it is what it is. Each game's different, right? And each season has a buff or debuff. Fun. Lots of new things to learn and get used to. Alright then. Alright, well, then, as I said, I'm going to be taking the weekend off streaming after this run, so you guys won't see me until Monday. But, yeah, we'll start the RTD run, or whatever we're going to call it, on Monday. I start stream at 5:15 Pacific time, or 8:15 Eastern time. That's US zones. Thank you, Alwyn. Appreciate that. I hope you do as well. Yeah, I hope that all of you guys have a wonderful weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Don't party too hard. Don't get yourselves into too much trouble. I'd say don't do anything I wouldn't do, but nobody knows what that is anyways, so. But yeah, I hope that you all have a good time, but stay safe. And, Geek Gaming. I don't normally join other people's Discords, but, yeah, maybe. I guess I'll look it up. Doesn't hurt to join and just kind of hang out, I suppose. I probably won't talk very much, though. I'm not much of a talker, honestly, outside of streaming. Weird for a streamer, right? I don't really have like a Discord that I can invite people to, honestly. I have reasons, mostly strange friends, but yeah, I don't actually have a Discord set up for the channel yet. I've been thinking about it, and honestly, it's just a little bit of extra work for me. So it's not like it's hard. I've set up a few servers. I've just been lazy about it. That being said, okay, thank you. There are I have I and Karaku are going to be working on setting up like a mod list and gonna be doing some community server stuff soon. So I will more than likely end up setting up a Discord before that happens. I don't know when that will happen exactly. Kind of depends on when there's free time and scheduling and stuff like that. But yeah, so we should probably have a channel Discord soon, honestly. I might not set that up this weekend, but I might do it like next week or like next weekend, depending on how I feel and how motivated I get. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys all so much for coming and hanging out. I appreciate all of the love that everybody shows, whether it just be lurking or chit-chatting. If you guys are enjoying the content, then I might ask you to consider hitting the like, sub, and bell icons. Beyond that, I hope that you will all have a wonderful rest of your evening or rest of your day, depending on where you are in the world and when you're watching this. I hope that you will spread love and kindness wherever you go, and that it will be returned to you in full. And hopefully I will see you guys on Monday next time. I got you, Darren. But alright everybody, that's going to do it for me. Once again, thank you all just for coming and hanging out. I appreciate you guys. Honestly, this streaming stuff here on YouTube has been a blast, so thank you guys for being a part of that. Until next time, everybody have a wonderful evening. Gravy signing out. Meow.